Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 207 of Beer Knowledge, the podcast Adjunct series. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening we are heading out west, which is something we haven't done in a hot minute. And when I say out west, I mean British Columbia out west, all the way out west. God damn it! The obviously on the pod we've been, we try to talk to people from everywhere. We're based here in Canada, based in Ontario, but so that's probably where a lot of the pods originate from, maybe Quebec as well, but we definitely have wanted to focus on covering more ground. And excuse me, this is a great step. This is a brewery I've been wanting to talk to for a bit. This is a brewery who I'm excited to get to know more about because they're making all the waves in the hype scene. And I'm obviously, that's my jam. That's Nate's jam, my co-host for those who don't know. And this is super fun that we get to actually sit down and go through it. And look, I'm being amped all day. I've been thinking about these beers all day. I'm very excited. I haven't tried anything from this gentleman yet, so I'm super amped. I'm excited to get into the story, hear more about the beers, hear more about Vancouver and BC craft beer. So, folks, let me make sure I get this as smooth as possible. Oh, I'll have to wait till I stop freezing right there. Guys, please welcome Miguel from Changing Colors in the building. Woo. There he is. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, man. That's this is amazing. I love it. It's great.
Brought the energy for you, my man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for taking the time. It's
thank you.
I'm excited to talk to you, bro. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, you are a gentleman. You have curated a fantastic list of lineup of beers for us tonight, and I think we're starting on slightly different ones, but I'm going to catch up to you pretty quickly. Do you want to both show what we have, and we'll get this one going? So I'm starting with New Wave, the double dry hop pale ale.
Yeah, sounds good. That's one of our core brands. It's a double dry hop pale ale. It's not a hazy, it's not a clear beer. It's something in between. I would say a hybrid. Very crisp, clean, refreshing. Traditional hops in it. I would say the classic Pacific Northwest hops are in there.
Okay.
So this is Amarillo. Okay. More focus on Amarillo than anything else. So it's Amarillo, Mosaic, and Citra, the big combo right there. And it comes at 5%, which is super easy drinking. Yeah.
Interesting. So I don't know why I hadn't seen you post anything that was aside from haze. I know you did some fruited sours and stuff. So this is fun. I'm a huge fan of like what I would call this probably like an American IPA. Is that something that you identify with for this or?
Yeah, I would
Not
say
so
it's I would say American. Let's say Canadian.
Canadian, particularly now. Good point.
Yeah, let's say Canadian pale ale.
Okay.
Way more focused on the hops. Way more citrusy. It's actually fermented with a haze positive yeast. But because there's no adjuncts like or wheat or oats on this beer, that's how it looks at the end of the day. Pretty clear, but it's not clear.
Yeah, it's like a Hey, let me hold that up.
It's like in between. It's cloudy. Yeah,
it's got like it almost would be what if a lager looked like this, I would call it like chill haze or something.
Yeah,
but it definitely is more than that. And the head is great, and the nose is like it's so bright. Like even though it's got like you're saying, I got hot side. It's got Magnum. I got Untapped here. Magnum and Cascade, and then the cold side is Citra, Simcoe, Cryo, Mosaic, Cryo.
That's correct. Yeah, we use a Magnum in a lot of our beers. Not everything, but I do like a little bit of that really sharp bitterness from Magnum. Mm-hmm. So that's why we use it here. But it's not the main hop in the beer. Main hop here, it will be Amarillo. And then you have those two like Citra and Mosaic just to support the Amarillo. But it's a lot of that citrusy, fruity character and in a really easy drinking ale, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. I love it, man. This is great. And what do you got?
Glad you like it. Good question. I have Astro Zombies right here.
Perfect.
I'm going to start with that one.
Yeah. Tell us about that one.
of course, Astro
Cheers,
Zombies
by the way.
is another of cheers. It's another of our core brands.
Okay.
So let me grab a glass here. Sorry.
This is fantastic, by the way. This is so nice, so balanced, so
Glad
bright.
you like it.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like dead in the middle of haze and like an American Westie or whatever.
Yeah, it's a little bit more lighter on that end, and it has a sharp bitterness too, which is not overpowering, but it's there.
Very smooth.
Yeah, we do all of our core brands in 355s, which is quite interesting.
I love them. I'm a huge fan of them. Why did you choose to do that?
Different reasons, I would say. One is just like a big like differentiator here, because most of the breweries are doing 473s. Only the big breweries, big breweries, are doing 355s. On that end, it's quite hard sometimes to get our beer into stores, but once they get there, it's quite funny because they put them on the shelves where you have 6-packs, and they also split them out and put them on the shelf where you have 4-packs. So you have more visibility, in our case, specific stores. And then I just like the size. It's kind of cool for a core brand, like nowadays people just drink a little bit less. And it's good for people to have like 1 355 can on a Wednesday, and it's okay. So yeah, I think that's kind of cool. If you want a little bit more beer, you can crack open another one. But sometimes, and it has happened to me, when you have like a Hazy IPA on a big tall can, sometimes you can finish it because you just want a little bit of it. So I think it's a good size on that end. Yeah. So we put all our core brands in 355s. That's one of them. New Wave. We have Astro Zombies, which is a really easy drinking hazy IPA, double dry hopped, comes at 6%, and really classic combo here as well, but we use some HBC 1019. And then we have a lager, which is really easy drinking, 4.2% lager, where we use some hop oils and extracts to like amp it up and elevate a little bit that beer. But yeah, let me pour this one.
Yeah, pour that. The Project 009 that's on this beer, and I imagine the other ones have that too. Does that mean something specific?
Yeah. So because our name is, of course, changing colors, Brewing Project, we decided to call each beer a project. And we go from like all the way. We put a lot of effort on every beer we make. So I would say we make the recipe, blah, 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 work with artists, different artists to make the design, stuff like that. But once we are ready with the beer to put it out, I would say it takes us like a week or two, and we like amp it up a little bit with people saying, hey, project number 14 is coming. Keep your eyes open, blah, blah, blah. So we just use it as a, an idea of where we are. And it will be fun in the future saying like, hey, Project 100 is coming up. So that's going to be probably a really cool beer. I don't know what can be, but that's going to be sick. Yeah, it's just a way to like, name them.
Here for it. I think that's smart, dude. It's and people like serialized products. People like serialized like content even online. So like I think it's like cool to keep that like front and center, and like it encourages maybe people to because they can, if they don't know if something's new, they can at least look at the number and see where it is in the sequence.
Yeah, that's true. In this case, works a little bit different because it's a core brand. But at the same time, it's kind of cool because when it came out. Let's say Astro Zombies is project number 2.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean that the beer is still the same as the first batch. And even more because we're such a small brewery and we're always experimenting and trying to do different things with every beer. We've been changing this beer for the last 4 batches, 6 batches, blah, blah, blah. And it's still project number 2, but each project is different. Sometimes we encourage people to just check the packaging dates so they know and they can differentiate actually which beer is it.
Gotcha. Smart. Like which version of it, at least. Yeah. Here for it.
Yeah.
And I did interrupt you as you were talking about Astro Zombies. Did you want to talk about that a little bit? Because I'm going to crack that one shortly because this is already like disappearing. This is fantastic.
Oh yeah, that beer is like so drinkable.
So good, man. I love this shit. This is just like I'm really big on Westies and like American style IPAs, and I know this is kind of in between that. It's a style that I don't see enough. You guys though definitely have the style out there way more from what I understand. Whereas out here it's like, excuse me, arguably fewer and far between. You got to like find there's a few that have Westies as flagships, but they've been around for 20 years or 15 years or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I love that you guys have that, and it's such a big like
Thanks,
West
man.
Coast IPA, American IPA culture. I think it's awesome, and this is such a great beer for that.
Thank you. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that, and I feel that. I mean, it's kind of cool at the same time because there's so much availability of like really good hops right now for like all over Canada. And over here for us on the West Coast, like we're so close to like pretty much the mecca of all these great hops. So that's something that we consider a lot. And every time we are brewing a different beer or putting together a recipe, we try to figure out what's the best, like the best profile and hop flavor that we want. And then we choose the hops specifically for every beer.
Okay.
And we put a lot of work on that. So I think that's cool, and it's showcasing on the beers. Anyways, let me talk to you about
Here for
Astro.
Talk to me. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Astro Zombies. It's a double dry hop hazy IPA, also a core brand. This one comes with 3 different hops. If you see the first cans of this beer, there were 5 different hops on these ones. On this beer, sorry. Right now you have Simcoe Cryo, Mosaic Cryo, and HBC 1019. Okay. And I think the one you have got the same hops. Yeah, there you go.
Same ones.
So we have the same batch probably, which is 123 packaged July 24.
Correct. This is fresh, brother.
Yeah, it's quite fresh. We try to keep it fresh as well. At least for Astro Zombies, we try to keep it as fresh as possible. So this is a bunch of Simcoe with a focus on HBC 1019. A lot of peach coming out from that hop. It's something I really enjoy. I was at CBC 2 years ago, and I tried that hop, and I tried a few breweries brewing with HBC 1019. I was like, holy shit, this is so good. This is so good. So I really wanted to brew a beer with that one in specific. And keep it on the same, like juicy, tropical punch, fruit forward profile. So we choose Simcoe, a little bit of Mosaic Cryo. I like Mosaic. It's like it's a little bit. Yeah, it's a kid hop. It goes well with with variations of hops. So yeah, we choose those, but it's a focus on the HBC. A lot of peach notes, guava, mango. So it's very tropical. And this Hazy IPA comes at 6%. So every time you drink a hazy, they usually are 6.5, a little bit more, 6.8%. We try to make a 6% hazy just to keep it drinkable. And because our core brand too, we want people to like be able to drink more of it. Because that's what I would like to do.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it's full of wheat, full of oats, and fermented with thiolized positive yeast strain as well. We use the same yeast for pretty much all of our hazies. We've done a couple experiments for hoppy ales and stuff like that, but in general, we use something very specific. We know what we want, and that we try to keep it that way.
Okay. Now, this one, just to confirm while you sip that, we were talking off air, and we're going to get into it in a little bit about the difference between like hoppy ales and say a hazy IPA. Is this one considered a hazy IPA for you?
Yeah, this will be a hazy IPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. So I'm looking at the I find Untapped is always handy. It's got all the information here. So another one, it says here, it's got some Citra hop kick. Is that in this batch?
It's not in this batch.
Not in this batch. Okay.
That's something that used to be on the, I would say, first 3-4 batches. Mm-hmm. And we decided just to pull it out because it was clashing a little bit with HBC 1019, which is the hop that we want to showcase more.
Gotcha.
It was pretty good too. And I love Citra hop kick. it actually like amps up the beer. And that's a one hop product. I don't know, but like if you heard about it before.
No, I haven't. I was about to say, can you tell me about it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hop product, water soluble. You can use it at any point. Usually you want to use it at the end of the process, meaning during your transfer from your fermenters to the bright tanks or at the bright tank, and then mix it a little bit or not. It depends what you want to do, but it's meant to be used at the end of the process, just to amp a little bit your hop aromatics, I would say.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's like I'm looking at it here on okay, so there's a hop kick of the Citra where they've actually got a different HBC. Like the Citra one's HBC 394, which is interesting. And then there's a Mosaic, El Dorado, and Centennial version. They're little well, they're not little. They look actually pretty big. What do you call them? Liquid, like in a plastic container type thing.
Yeah, it's liquid. They come usually like 1 liter, 2 liter, or kilos. I don't remember. But anyways,
I think you're right. No, I think you're right. Liters, well, or ounces. I don't know. I'm seeing two different pictures. One says 250 mil. One says 26 or 28 fluid ounces. Yeah.
Yeah, and brewers like that's kind of cool. About like what's happening right now in the I would say hop evolution and like the industry. There's so many different hop products that you can use on your beer, just to achieve a specific flavor, achieve a specific aromatics, or just to like be better at yields. You know, right now that like every liter of beer counts on your tank. It's quite interesting, like seeing a lot of brewers just using different products to increase their yield. You know. But you have to be very careful too, because you don't want to lose that like classic, you know, T90 hop character. And there's, in my opinion, I haven't found a way to actually remove all that and just use like hop products or new hop products. Not even with cryo hops or all these hop oils. The character is different. So yeah, it all depends, and it happens with yeast too. Has happened to us as well. We've used some like really thiol forward yeast strains, and we've been like, this is too much thiols. We don't want that to be on our beer. So we come back to the classics, and then you brew back with London Ale3, and it's like, yeah, this is what I want. Maybe it's a different that I need to follow. Use different hop selection, and then go from there, right? So there's so many ways you can take, but I think it's important to like experiment, and at the same time keep the basics that like, you know, big breweries already developed, and just follow their, you know, just learn from them. I would say, yeah.
Everything you said, that's awesome, man. Thank you. I've heard other breweries say the same thing. Like you can't, they're not at a position yet where you can't use T90s. You have to use the T90s for exactly what you're saying, like the depth of the beer and that like kind of body, and then you can use the other hot products to amplify those flavors. And like you said as well, very importantly, get that yield. So I think from what I understand, they allow you to use less of them, which allows you to have higher yield. Correct. So therefore, particularly right now in this economy, you want to make sure you're maximizing your value whilst not losing that character that you, like you said, that's been developed for years and you know,
correct,
that we need to taste, which is awesome.
Yeah, I think it's like there's many cons about having these products. You know, it's easy to ship them from, I don't know, Yakima or wherever. Like there's a lot of hop companies that have warehouses on the East Coast, so it's easier for them to ship like one bottle instead of like one box of like 20 kilos of hops, right? Meaning that's less CO2 emissions too, and stuff like that. So on that end, it's quite good, but I don't think we are on the point where like you want to like just use that, right?
Definitely not.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe
not.
One day. I mean,
maybe one day.
Maybe it'll get there, because they'll probably have to have a whole new product that will adequately replicate the body that the vegetal matter provides from T90s.
Correct.
And like, I don't even know if that's possible from liquid, but I mean, or there's some other alternative that doesn't take away from yield.
Yeah, I think it's everything developing, and I would say same as non-alc beers in the same train, right? They are developing, and I have tried like really solid non-alc beers, but I haven't tried like one that it's actually tasting as a beer,
Like,
you know?
the closest one, which you may have seen, was Bellwood's. Their Stay Classy would be the closest as far as like, say, Hazy IPA. Have you had any of their non-alcs?
No.
Okay.
No.
So they have there's one called Stay Classy, which is like a hazy IPA, and it's really good, and it's pretty damn close. The other ones they do is the ones that are the closest, not even just from Bellwoods, but from other places I've seen, are like the sours. Like they have a sour, dry hop sour called Jelly King. They have a non-alcoholic version.
Yeah, Jelly King.
You know that, yeah. They've got maybe 3 or 4 different variants as a non-alc, and we did in one of the pods, we did a side by side with the non-alc and the regular one, and we thought the non-alc tasted better.
Oh, really?
That because it's the exact same beer. Yeah. So
that's
I mean,
so cool.
Yeah. But I think it's a lot to your point though, and I agree with you. It's definitely more look, they're getting close.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be confused. The Bellwoods one, Jelly King, I will definitely be confused if I drank that blind, you know. But there's still a bit of a ways to go, and I guess that's a yeast thing probably.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Ooh, nice.
in a way, I feel that alcohol just supports a lot of things on your beer and the recipe per se. I've tried a really good ones here too. Like, I do like Strange Fellows. They have a couple really good ones. Strange Fellows non-alc, it's pretty solid, and they are everywhere right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's growing a lot. I don't know how that market is like growing in the East Coast, but like right here is crazy.
Interesting. It's definitely growing a lot there. I think we get Phillips non-alc out here.
Yes.
I don't think we get Strange Fellows, but I imagine it's only because they haven't decided to distribute as hard for it yet.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons. I mean, a smaller brewery too. Phillips is pretty big as well. They
gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's pretty much the same train as hops. Like, it's developing. We will get there someday, but we are not there yet. But we do have really good options. And same with hops. We get really good hop products, like incredible hop products that we can use. One of my favorite, I would say, is Hopkeef from Freestyle Hops. So that's like a really solid one. And one of the beers you have there got some Hopkeef on that. That beer was like a boom. Like, people loved it. I think it's a combination of things, not only that ingredient, of course. But I'm super stoked to have like brew more with that ingredient because it's like so good. So
yeah, Hopkeef is super fun, man. It's like a really interesting one. I believe it had, unless I'm wrong, is it Hopkeef that has to be used with thiolized yeasts? Is it those ones? Or am I thinking of the other?
You're thinking maybe Phantasm?
Super Solven, I think I'm thinking of. And there's two. There's Megamoteca and Super Solven, I think, have to be used with thiolized yeast, whereas Hopkeef probably doesn't then. Yeah.
There's always, I think,
and Phantasm, you're right.
A little bit more of that hop punch when you work a little bit with like different ingredients and like different processes. Thiolized yeast is one of those. But you have to also like nail it correctly, because as I said before, we've tried like really hop forward and thiolized forward beers, and we don't like it. So we had to bring down the thiols and level it down with your hops, I would say, in a way.
Yeah, that makes sense. How that works, but I like that it's like, because I noticed on the new wave, I believe it had thiolized yeast as well.
Yeah.
Was there any particular? Was that just like it worked better for the style? Is that why you chose to use that?
So we use it actually I took that from one of my previous work experiences in a brewery, and we used to do pale ale, which was clear
Okay.
with that same yeast. Well, not the same yeast, but pretty similar. Um, Same like haze positive yeast, and I was like, why these guys are doing that? But I really like the outcome, right, of that one. So I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna try to use that yeast instead of fermenting warmer, which is something we do with some of our hoppy ales. I decided to ferment like on the low end temperature, so it's not like super crazy estery, or like, it's not bringing all the yeast out. It's keeping it like low, and then we layer it out with the hops. That's what we're doing.
Right.
And then I choose that one because we wanted that outcome. We want something in between a hazy IPA and a clear pale ale. And we were like, yeah, we don't want to have as a core brand another hazy pale ale. We're like, let's do something in between, and that's how we came out with like New Wave. Yeah.
I love that, and that makes a lot of sense. Particularly now, I'm drinking Astro Zombie. This is fire, dude. This is so good. This is
Oh,
like,
thanks, man.
and even having these two back to back as well. Like, look how quick this is. This is actually a little bit absurd even for me on the pod. I'm crushed. I knew this would go. I wasn't joking. I've been looking forward to this all day. I've been thinking about these beers.
Me too.
This
Me too. Yeah.
this is so fire. Having these two back to back, they are markedly different in such a great way. Like they're it's like it's so approachable. Like you got such a cool brand, which I definitely want to get into. Like I just think that's why I think people are excited. Your social media presence, I want to talk about that as well. Like it's just so fire. So I'm like, I see your stuff, I'm immediately just like, oh, I want this. And I love that you've got short can flagships in 6 packs that are very different beers, but are very, very approachable. Like it's not, neither of these are excessive in either direction, which is perfect for a flagship. You've got just the right amount of bitterness and the tropical fruits and a little bit of pine and all that stuff in New Wave. And then in Astro Zombies, it's got that peach. It's punchy. It's got like still a little touch, a little like pine in the background, or a little pithy bitterness type thing to balance it out. So it's like, it's not just like straight 8% juice type of thing. There's a little more something going on. Whilst I just feel like they play off each other really nicely, and they're only 1% separated as well. So it's money, bro. I see what you're
I
doing.
like the fact that that's awesome. Thank you very much. That's so cool. And I like the fact that you mentioned bitterness on our hazy. And I feel that that's something that's like a mark for us. Like that's something that happens all the time. Um,
Right.
I'm quite against, like, not against, but like sometimes I drink hazy IPAs. Like I can't finish this can; it's too sweet. And these beers end up like such a high gravity that you already get all the sweetness right there.
You need to cut it with
So
something.
yeah, bitterness is pretty good. It's not the only thing we do in the process. There's another,
Okay.
I would say, tricks behind, but bitterness is really, really important. And we most of the time use the same hop variety for that specific thing that we want, which is
Gotcha.
like that bitterness over there. Yeah.
What
Yeah, man.
specific is that? Is that the Sorry, what was it again? It was Simcoe and Mosaic. So
Yeah.
was it be the Simcoe that gives it the bitterness?
Uh, Not really. These hops
No.
are.
Huh.
Well, this is the big charge of hops. Uh, and these are usually like, you would say, like 90% of the hops in the beer. But behind that, on the hot side, sometimes we don't mention it because just we consider it like just the base, and like most of our hoppy beers got that hop there. But it's pretty much Idaho 7, except for New
Hell yeah.
Wave, where you have Magnum, which is
Gotcha.
like an old world, like a European version of, like super bitter hop, like just use it for a specific bitterness on that beer. More sharp, I would say. But Idaho 7 also brings a little bit of different notes to your beer. So we use a lot of it all the time. And we use it at the beginning, of course, like bittering hops. It's a multi-purpose hop, so you can use it in different stages, but we use it a lot for bittering, and that's what brings a little bit more that character on the beer. And I would say I really like Idaho because one of the hops with a bunch of survivables. Yes. So even though you use it on the hot side, it will last forever, and it will be on your final glass, which is something you want. So yeah, that's pretty much one of the hops. Like we use it like 80% of the time on these beers. Okay. And Astro Zombies got a big charge of it, but it's not the main focus. So we decided not to put it there because it's not the main focus. Yeah.
That makes complete sense. It's funny. Idaho 7 used to be my favorite hop until Peacherine. Peacherine's the greatest hop.
Oh, yeah.
Right now. It's the fucking best.
So good.
It's so good, man. You can't go wrong. But Idaho, I don't know why. There was something about it. Like in I don't know, 2017, 2018, I feel like there were a lot of single hop beers at the time with it. And it was such an interesting hop because you just described it perfectly for the bittering hop on the hot side. But it worked just as nice. I don't know now. Maybe our palates are different or something because I don't really see it anymore. But it was it was just so interesting. It just had such it's like such mixed characteristics from the juicy tropical stuff to also a bit of the I guess the bitterness, the bittering, the maybe resinous, the pithy citrus type
it's
shit.
It's so resinous. That's the correct word.
Yeah,
it's crazy resinous, and it's funny because one of the last times we brew. I don't remember one of the last batches. I opened a bag and I grabbed some Idaho 7, and it was so resonant. It was so it was melting in my hands, and I was like, "This is too high in alphas for sure." So I checked the lot, which is something we do all the time. We check the lots, check the alpha acids and beta acids, etc. Pretty much the profile of that hop. And it was crazy high. It was almost 16. For Idaho 7, you usually have something around, I would say, 13 to 15 max, but that was crazy high. So we had to bring it down because, which was good. We were using a little bit less hops to achieve the same thing. But it was a specific lot, and I was like, "Oh, I want more of that lot, please."
That's so sick. That's perfect, man. I love that you use that, and it's almost it's cool to hear that because it's like my old favorite hop that I've spoken to a bunch of people who felt the same way. Now almost has a new life in providing these elements to the beer that I would have. That's why I suggested it was Simcoe, because typically, well, traditionally maybe is the word. It would give that dank citrus, but maybe not as much bitterness. It was really just orange, heavily orange. At least that's what I think about Simcoe. Mm-hmm. And both these beers had it. And this has Simcoe too, right? I already forgotten. Yeah. And neither Simcoe, both had Simcoe Cryo. So maybe the Cryo gives it a different punch. But either way, I love that Idaho 7's now got a nice little second life. That's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, Simcoe on this beer is I would say, is the second most important hop.
Okay.
Aside from HBC. I like HBC 1019 because kind of rounds the beer a little bit. It's a different profile. It's not super juicy and punchy, but you have all the peach, which is rounded peach. While Simcoe, it's way more sharp. It's strawberries. It's so juicy. So you bring a little bit of that. I like the cryo version. To be fair, we use cryo here just for, of course, for flavor, because of flavor and aroma, but also yields because it helps a lot. But definitely brings something different to the beer. That's definitely
interesting. When you mentioned the berries, I thought before when I was sipping it, I got a bit of blueberries because of the mosaic, and then you mentioned strawberries. I was like, yo, I think I can kind of get that in there as well. It's it's such a nuanced beer, and I think it's extra cool because we're drinking this 6 days canned, it's 6 days old.
Which is actually,
yeah, stupid fresh, man. It's fantastic. These two are bangers. I love it. This is great. I like how nerdy you're getting about hops as well, which is arguably what I would have expected based on what I know about what you make. So it's cool to see that you are equally as nerdy about hops for someone who makes beer in the way that you do.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk a little bit about malt too, which is, I would say malt is so important on brewing hoppy ales and that specific style. Um, I would say most of the brewers, we have it nailed down for a hazy IPA. It's like, oh, we know that what we need. But sometimes for a hoppy ale, achieving a specific color, it's when you have to work a little bit more on the grain bill, which is quite interesting. It's like I've been learning as well. Like every new release is like, oh, we need to do that. We need to do like switch these or use a different adjunct. And it's been working well, and seeing the outcome and how people react is like, oh, that's kind of cool. So when we see, I would say we get this information and feedback from people drinking our beers, we just grab that information and just like nail it, like put it into, I would say, a document and say, hey, this was the feedback from specific beers, and these are the things that we want to repeat, right? When we have something that it's not that good and it's like a critic or something like that, then we say, oh, that's something we don't want to do later. So we just try like every project, even though we do different beer styles, we also try every project to like fix the things that we didn't do well on the previous one, right? And I'm not ashamed to say like fix, because like sometimes as a brewer you're experimenting so much, and in a project like this, I feel that we are on that train as well. It's like it can, sometimes like people don't like it, like palates are so different. But when you have like more people that like something, it's like, okay, let's try to repeat that or make it better, or just add it to your brands, like to your core brands in a way that fits them. Yeah.
That's awesome. How would you so you got that feedback. How do you identify what created those flavors?
We do slightly change. For example, for a core brand, we do slightly changes.
Okay.
Let's say I was saying that our first batch of Astro Zombies is definitely not the same as this one.
Gotcha.
It's been changing. And of course, if it's a core brand, we don't want to change it like crazy. So we do slightly changes, things like pH or like the ratios in ingredients, or the ratios on hops, sorry. Or the yeast pitch, we just bring it up or down, depending on what we need. And we do one of those changes every batch. And then we analyze that later in a way that like we say, like, oh, we like this because it's different from the previous batch in a good way or a bad way. So if it works, then we keep it. If it doesn't work, we go back to the previous batch and hopefully we can do it again. So that's what we've been doing. I would say we've been experimenting a lot with pH, which is something like the biggest experimentation we've done with Astro Zombies. And this beer drinks so easily because the pH on this beer is like a lager pH. It's like 4.4%, like 4.4, 4.3 pH, sorry.
And that means it's super dry?
Not really.
No?
No, because it ends up like really high final gravity. So it's not dry, but your perception in your mouth, it's like, oh, I want another sip. It's not too overly sweet, right? I would say because the pH is very low. Yeah.
Interesting. So dryness is influenced heavily by pH, even if it's not actually dry.
Yeah, it's not dry. Like one of your, like our lager, that one finishes like really low, like 1.8 Plato, which is really low. And it's a 4.2% beer. Not much malt. That you drink that, it's dry, right? And the pH is like pretty similar to this beer. But most of the Hazy's IPA, they usually end up like a really high final gravity, let's say 4 Plato, and then the pH is like at 5, or which is sometimes too high. Even like in the States, that's sometimes not allowed. I think there's like regulations with like, hey, your pH should be in this range, which I don't remember, but
interesting.
when your pH is too high, then of course you get more chances of contamination and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
the mouthfeel and the perception that you get when drinking that beer is like, this is, it's too sweet, you know. So we try to bring that down with the pH and like bitterness and balance the beer out.
Interesting. So there's so many variables to play with, and I guess so. Then you're just testing one thing at a time, playing with pH, like you said, or like tweaking malt profiles, like you said, you're tweaking the hops as well to sort of like get to a point. Now, do you think that you will find a spot for say the flagships, find a place where you're like, this is it, this is the one, now we're good, and then just rock with that? Or do you think you'll always be like, 1% tweaking it?
I mean, I think we will always be tweaking our beer.
That's what I thought you'd say. Such a brewer.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working, like I work for a like decent sized brewery as a production brewer, and we were always tweaking those beers, and those
Okay.
were core brands,
Right.
like core brands that you don't want to change. Like people is already like they've been drinking those beers for 10 years. You don't want to change them that much,
Right.
but there are nuances in the back that you can do. Like you can change a little bit things, and then if you really feel that you can switch the yeast, you have to be really careful on the outcome. Like you might lose customers or maybe not, or people might hate it. People might say, what I'm drinking, this is not what I usually drink, whatever. But in my opinion, for us, we will always be tweaking things. And if we get to that point where like we're super sure of that beer, it's like, holy shit, this is great. Even then, we will try to keep uh, switching a couple things, or maybe just focus on other things like hop selection and like being more able to like focus on our ingredients and getting better ingredients, and keep the recipe as it is, right? Because sometimes as brewers we focus so much on the recipe, but really the ingredients are the main part. You can have the same recipe with shitty hops and it will suck. So
Such a good point, man. And that's
yeah.
why I don't know if you've considered doing this, but a few breweries that I've seen in the States around here do like they do Astro Zombies 2025. I know it's probably not a good example because that's your flagship, but say one of your one-off beers, and then they'll do 2025 after it. Normally you'd see that on a barrel aged stout or something, but I've seen breweries here do that, and they told me they do that because exactly what you said. The Simcoe that they got and they used in this year's batch was very different than the Simcoe used in last year's batch. So whilst the recipe is the same, the ingredients are inherently different. So what they're trying to replicate a thing, but you can't. You don't have that variable in your control because the hops aren't going to be the same because of the same reason grapes aren't the same.
Yeah,
So it's
100%.
have you ever considered that at all, or is it not? Is it still probably too early to do that? It wouldn't make sense for these two, but for the one-offs, would that make sense for you, or probably?
I think it's a cool idea. I think it's something I would do with the specific beer styles. I wouldn't do it with a Hoppy ale because you want to drink it fresh. And by the time you get to next year, unless you brew it in December, it's going to be probably a little bit too oldie.
No, that's too old. I don't think that was the intent. Just to clarify, like the breweries I'm thinking of here, they do the same recipe at the same time of year. So say they do it in July 2024, they'll do it July 2025, and that's it. You're not meant to drink them back to back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Of course.
So,
but
like,
for example, if you do that, something like that as well, like for I don't know, like a barley wine or something that you can keep, I will be more keen to do it because you can actually drink them side by side.
right,
And it will
bit of
be
a vertical.
this is cool. And even though like even then it's like, oh, you have a full year difference where one of the beers evolved different. But yeah, I mean, definitely will be so cool. And like these ideas like that one, I think we can implement them somehow. And it's kind of cool with the idea of the projects too, right? Saying, hey, project number 2, 2025, and project number 2, 2026.
There you go.
Which is pretty much that. Yeah, we might do it actually.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it could work now that the way you just described it. I mean, you sort of kind of are if you look at the date stamp, but I mean, you could make it more of an obvious thing, and it's not even like necessary. It was just something I've seen a handful of breweries do that I thought was kind of, most don't do it. Like, to be fair, just I was like, oh, and typically it's I notice it's the same. I know for sure one of them is. It's like he's got the SKUs throughout each year, and they'll do the same beers at the same time of year, but they don't repeat it any other time of the year. And I'm pretty sure the other brewery I'm thinking of does the same thing. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, because no one else, I haven't seen many people do it outside of those barrel aged beers, or whether it's sours or stouts or barley wines or anything like that. But yeah, it's more. I think it was more to pay homage to the ingredients. Specifically the hops, but you could argue, as you were talking about, the malts too, right? Because the malts change every year. They're not the same crops. So it's like there's so many nuances to that beer that, and craft beer as well, inherently things are going to be different. That's the point. But if you can try and keep it the same way, you're like, well, last year it was a little more pineapple forward. This year it's more dank. So I know, and you can just sort of tell the difference because of that batch of Simcoe that you got or whatever, which is
true.
I don't know.
You know what will be interesting to do as well,
Mm.
And that will be, we will be so like keen to do that. We'll be brewing the same beer, same year, but different hop lots.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
That's and cool. Yeah, that will be nice. Like, it will be so hard as well, even as brewers, to like figure out the differences, right? But if you can like actually decide, I got this lot down in Yakima, and I got this lot down in Oregon from the same hop variety, and we brew it, so we brew two side by side. Let's try them out, and go more like into the terroir of hops. That would be a cool project, actually.
The only time I love that idea, man. I haven't seen anyone do that for a long time. There was a brewery here who did it maybe in 2016, 2017. They used local hops. So it was like Chinook, cool. Chinook in Quebec and Chinook in Ontario. And there was the same base beer, and they split it, and they were like, here's some of that, here's some of these ones. And you could see the difference. We did them side by side, and they were quite different in and of itself. But I haven't seen that in fucking forever, man. That was a long time ago. Right. I feel like that cool. could, and I think in haze, it's like, that's even more interesting, depending if you do single hop, or you could do, which would probably make more sense, wouldn't it, if you did single hops rather than some sort of a blend.
True. Yeah. It's crazy. Like, there's a couple farms here that sell Cascade.
Okay.
But the Cascade over here is so different
than Washington Cascade or wherever it's from. Yeah.
It's wow, it's like a different hop. The first time I smelled that one, I was like, this is not Cascade. And it was actually, it was more bubblegummy. It was like different.
Bubblegum.
Really, really interesting, really nice. I never used it, at least that one. But it was cool to see the difference, like just by smelling the hops right away. And it's a hop that it's already in your brain. Like you smell it so many different times.
Yeah.
Coming from, the valley down there, and then you smell it here. It's like, this is not, you're joking. It's like a different hop.
It's not possible.
It's Cascade, but it was grown in BC, specifically in this part. Yeah.
Right. Do you try to use Canadian hops, or are you sort of not particularly fussed?
Not yet. But we are, I would say we will try to do a couple of things with Canadian hops. Sometimes it's hard as well.
We're limited. We're very limited.
We're very limited, unless you brew something more traditional, like if you do like a classic Pilsner or something like that, you can use a little bit more of those, just because the hops are not the main part of the recipe, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would love to, and there's a lot of really good hops over here too. So yeah, and I've heard, I don't remember the names right now, but like East Coast, there's a couple interesting farms as well doing cool things. So it will be nice to do something like
Yeah.
that too.
The cool one of the ones you're probably thinking of is this one called I think it's in Quebec at Houblonnière Lupuline, and they do the only El Dorado in Canada.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah, the actual one. So they must have licensed out the hop itself and put that through, which is pretty sick. I like the idea of that. I only ask because it's come up on the pod like so much lately.
Yeah,
and I obviously pro for obvious reasons. So people like talking about it, and I still feel like we have a ways to go. And I don't even know what the solution is. I think you just got to use them in the styles that it fits, but the styles that it doesn't fit, I don't think you can force it. You can't it's not the same. You just can't pretend it's the same.
that's true.
But there's some fantastic hops. Like you said, whether it may be on some Crispies, on some West Coast IPAs or whatever, something like that, then sure. And I'm sure there's like brown ales and like other different things that you can use them on, but it's just New England IPAs we're not there yet. And I just don't know if we'll ever get. I just don't even know if it's possible. And I mean it when I say don't know. I don't know if it's even possible to replicate what they do in Yakima, what they do in New Zealand, in this terroir.
I would say probably replicate is going to be really impossible because of terroir. Yakima is like years and years ahead, unless there's like a really solid big investments in like just hop industry. Then we can like say like, oh, maybe we can get there in like 5 years. But I don't see that happening. Like a lot of hop farms here, they have it quite hard because like I don't see much support on that end.
Really?
Yeah, and it's like it's coming back, and I know that BC was like big on hops back in the 60s, etc. But like right now, it's not like the hop industry in BC kind of like died, and then it's coming back again. Hopefully that happens in the future, but I think we're really, really far. Like we can see already like hop products and developments happening in, like from Crosby hops, from Yakima Chief, from CLS farms. You have all these different freestyle hops. I don't think we can get there that soon, but I hope that sometime we could. But it's not going to be the same. And I would love to see like more Canadian hops being recognized. Like, oh, that's a really cool and really good hop that like people all over the world, they want to brew with that one, right? And then they have to like reach out to farmers here, and we have to ship it out instead of like we bring in New Zealand hops or whatever, right? But I love New Zealand hops. They are so good.
They're the best.
Let's
be real. I'm from Australia, and you got to admit that New Zealand hops, the Aussie hops had a nice little run, like back in like, I don't know, 2017, 2018, once again, like everything was killing it, like Ella, Vic Secret, Galaxy, etc., Enigma. And then everything kind of just fell off. And then New Zealand just like, just overtook everybody. Galaxy is back though. Galaxy is back in business from what I understand. Everyone's telling me the Galaxy is sick now. I don't know about the rest of the other Aussie hops, but yeah, I just don't think anything's holding a candle to, not even the American. The American hops obviously are phenomenal, but what the Kiwis are doing is impeccable.
Yeah, that's
so cool.
True. That's true. We actually brew it's a side-by-side beers. It's not the same batch malt-wise, grain-wise, but it's like same recipe, you would say, 2 different tanks. And one of them we use all New Zealand hops, and the other one we use all PNW Pacific.
Is that Church and Skate?
Yeah, that's Church and Skate. Actually.
I love seeing that. That was recently. Is it? Should we go there, or are we going to go there later?
Up to you,
bro.
We can do it.
I don't know. Tell me if I'm rushing you or not. I'm just excited. I'm not. Okay. I'm excited. These are just crushed. I wanted to like pause for a second because I did drink those pretty quick, but fuck, they were good.
Thanks, man.
Whichever makes the most sense. But I love seeing the social rollout for that. It was super cool, and it was really interesting to see the approach. I was actually very happy to see those as for the pod. What do you think is best?
So let's do this. Why don't we try Metalheads? all my friends are Metalheads first, because I already know you love New Zealand hops, and this is a New Zealand bomb, I would say.
Well, I mean, and this is kind of perfect because it's also a saturated hoppy ale.
Correct. Yes.
Which is exactly what we're. That's probably a pretty good segue. I know we're supposed to talk about your history, but we'll get there. This is a sick can, man. I love this.
Thank you.
This design specifically.
Me too. I love it too.
Wait. Is this tap? Come on, get on there. There we go. Yeah, super fire, bro. So this is a 7.8%. Okay. So Nelson Sauvin. Oh, okay. Shit. It's all Nelson.
It's all Nelson.
Fuck. All right. Amplified pellets, Sub-Zero Hopkeef, Freestyle T90, and Yakima Cryo. God damn it.
Which is NC hops. Yeah. But they get palletized at Yakima.
Okay. You know what? I'm excited. Let's go.
This was released a few like a month ago, maybe more.
Okay.
So let's see how it stays.
Is that July 5th or is it May 7th?
No, this is May. May 7th. Yeah.
Well, at this, do you have, as a person, like not even from Changing Colors perspective, but from Miguel's perspective, do you have a personal favorite time frame in which to drink New England IPAs?
Not really. Not for this style.
Okay. When you say this style, you mean the hoppy ales, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think in my opinion, it's one of those styles you can drink it in like any time. They are high ABV most of the time, so you have to be careful there.
When I mean time frame, sorry, I probably should have clarified. Like an age. Like, do you prefer your New Englands to be less than a month old, or like you don't care?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was being vague.
No. It's not you. It's my language issues.
You're good, bro. You're good.
But I would say as fresh as possible. If you ask me specifically for Changing Colors, I would say drink it as like 1 or 2 days in the can. I'm not worried if you drink it like a week later. Probably is a little bit more mellowy, like it's melting out a little bit better.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say that as fresh as possible. We try to package when the beer is ready. It could be a little bit green sometimes, but it's not that green. I've seen breweries that like package a little bit more green beer and then they waited like a week or two to have it like more
to release it
ready. But in our case, they are pretty much ready. So as soon as you have it, you want to drink it. Yeah.
You're good to go. So sooner than later.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, with that, brother, cheers.
Cheers. Salud.
So it's definitely got that big Nelson nose. Hell yeah. Oh man, that is Nelson like everything.
Yeah, that's a lot of Nelson.
It's a lot of Nelson. So this one, now maybe we could talk about the beer a bit as far as the different types of Nelson. Then we should definitely talk about what the difference, since we're here, the difference between the hoppy ale and like a hazy IPA.
Yeah, sounds good. So let's talk about the hops first on this one. This is four ways Nelson. Like this is like all Nelson, and it's the only hop in the beer, except for Idaho 7 on the hot side.
Okay, of course.
Yeah, which is really like not showcasing anything right now because like so much Nelson that it's gone. But yeah, you have amplified pellets, which are Clayton hops, like a cryo version from them. They do a lot of oils and stuff like that, Clayton. They do have T90s and everything as well, but they're pretty solid farm.
Okay.
Of course, freestyle T90 is so good, and those pellets look like way more like yellowish. It's not the really green that you are used to be like to see on the Yakima pellets. These tend to be a little bit more like light green, which is kind of cool. I don't know why I'm saying that, but like that's kind of cool.
No, I'm with it.
Then you have Sub-Zero Hopkeef, also from Freestyle, and that's a liquid product. Um, we added this at the end, like pretty much when the beer was already in the bright tank. And then a little bit of Yakima. Well, it's actually New Zealand NC hops. Sorry, NC hops cryo.
Okay.
They get the whole cryo process. It's happening in Yakima for them. So that's pretty much it. Now talking a little bit about hoppy ales. This is a hoppy ale which is way different from, well, not way different, but it's different from a hazy IPA.
Okay.
They kind of share the same spectrum, I would say, but they have some specific points that make them different.
Okay.
So we had before the hazy IPA, and our hazy IPA is super juicy. It's way more, you would say, tropical punch. It's you got all the citrus, all the mango, all the guava, peach. That's what you have when you're drinking one of those beers in a specific. They tend to be like more in color, I would say orangey, like a typical hazy IPA.
Okay.
These guys over here, hoppy ales, they tend to be way more pale in color.
Okay.
Starting from there, I would say I've got to say 5 points as well, like for a hoppy ale. Number one is it's the color. Needs to be pale and extra pale. Kind of milky appearance. That's something that it's quite different from a goldy, orangey, hazy IPA. So going from there, the second thing that is very important for a hoppy ale, it's the hop additions and the amount of hop charge that you have in these beers. This beer, it's probably around the 30 grams per liter, which is a lot of hops, maybe a little bit higher, and that's only dry hopping. So it's heavily dry hopped in a way that you can feel that flavor in your mouth. It's not that juicy if you feel, but it's more like clogging in a good way. Like your whole palate is like covered with hop flavor. That's another thing. My point number 3 would be saturation. And trying to get that saturation, it's quite difficult sometimes because depending on the hop, you might have to tweak a little bit your processes. Sometimes to get that saturation is not only adding more hops, but it's about the process as well. It's like, what are you doing to actually trying to extract more flavor from your hops? So that's my number 3. Number 4, it's bitterness. And there's no sweet perception here. Like, you can't feel much sweetness. So there's like a solid bitterness base, aside from like, if you compare with a hazy IPA, there's usually a lot of sweetness, sometimes like we do use hot side hops, but most of the hazy IPAs out there, there's no hot side additions.
Right.
You might know that. Yeah, it's like literally no hot side additions. So that's something very important here. If you want to get that saturation, that hop flavor in your mouth, use some of that too, I would say. And then number 5, I'm missing something.
We have pale and milky, higher hop charge, more saturation, more bitterness.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because I think, well, if you don't know who kind of like created this style for some sort, in my opinion, was Monkish and Tron. And it's interesting to see for them that they don't, at least Tron, they don't mention, they just call them hoppy ale aside from the ABV.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if it's like a 5% or like an 8% or beer, they just call them hoppy ale, and that's it. But I've seen some like variations of that. Like we use some like variations calling them like saturated hoppy ale.
Which is what this is.
Which is what this is, like more trying to showcase a little bit more what's going on in this beer to the market in a way, because people sometimes like Hoppy Ale, it might be like an IPA, or it might be, which is on the same spectrum, but it's not. It might be, I don't know, like it might be an amber with like hops, you know. So it's kind of cool to like bring more terms so that people get to know it a little bit better, and figure out like just by drinking, say, oh, this is actually like too saturated for me, which has happened to us before. Yeah, and the last one I would say it's a PD. So there's some green hop character on this on Hoppy ales.
Mm-hmm.
When you drink it, you can have a little bit of hop bite, but it's not a bad hop bite. It's a hop bite that can be like really appealing in a way that's like, oh, what is that? You know, it's like the first time you try sushi, it's like, I don't like it, but I like it. You know, something like that.
I love it.
So yeah, I would say that's the number 5, and it's a little bit of like green character, but not in a bad way. Not when you drink that hazy IPA, it's like, oh, this is like too vegetal character, you know. So there's a little bit of that, and just because of all the charge, all the hop flavor of the saturation that you're getting from the hops and your processes. Yeah.
That's a great description, bro. Thank you.
No?
Look, I love the hop burn. Like, so what you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about. I find that I like drinking the beers like New England IPAs or in this spectrum, whether it's saturated hoppy ales or hazy IPAs or whatever it is, with more hop burn. I find that it changes over time. So like if you get a 4-pack, 6-pack, whatever it is of that beer, it'll change as you drink them. If you drink one a week or whatever it might be,
Yeah, right.
it'll change. And then the best part, and look, to be honest, I was curious what you thought. I asked you earlier about the what your optimal time frame to drink these beers are, as far as like how old they need to be. Now, a beer that's coming up on 3 months old, so it's probably a week shy of that, shouldn't taste this good. But I feel like the secret for this, if I didn't know, I would have been like, this might be 3 weeks old, 4 weeks old tops type thing. And I would credit not only your brewing, obviously, but the hop burn. The hop burn keeps these things fresh for way longer than they would typically live to still, like, does this beer, to you who brewed it, does this taste basically what it tasted like in the first couple of weeks?
No way. I feel that it's
okay.
like I feel that it's a little bit like I would say shy right now, the hop character, even though it's really strong.
Shy. I like that. It's a shy hop character. That's awesome.
even though it's very like diesely, it's I don't know,
big, dude.
It's Nelson is like wild, and it's a lot of like white grape.
Yeah.
Diesel
is such a great word for this.
But it's definitely not the same. I feel that it's already on the process of like it's fading out, but it's still really good. Yeah. This is like May. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, May 7th.
Yeah. So it's like what's 11 weeks. So to me, that's not my optimal time to drink a beer like this. But without trying it fresh, this tastes fantastic.
Thank you, man.
That I feel like you've made it. You've been able to hold on to. Now look, compared, because you've had it fresh, I imagine it's punchy as hell, because 7.8%. So it's like a bigger beer, and would be more punchy. But this is resonating, man. Like, this doesn't taste. You know how like. And I wonder if this is what the hop burn does. You know, when it gets older, New England IPAs get older, and you get that sticky malt thing going on, and it's like, it's like, this is not, I know this is not what the brewer intended. So this is not doing that. And I don't know if it's the hop burn, but I've just, in my experience, and I don't know technically, and I'm saying it because clearly you know more about this than I do. Like, I wonder how much that hop burn, that greenness, that in the best possible way. Like, some people don't like hop burn, and I completely understand, but I don't know. To me, it's like it's fun, and I'm like, if I taste a beer that's hot burn, I'm like, oh fuck, I got more of these. Hell yeah, I'm gonna sit on those for a bit, and you see them
That's
change.
so
But
sweet. Yeah.
yeah, I feel like this has definitely benefited from that. Then, if that's what you're saying, that these saturated hoppy ales had more of in the beginning,
Yes.
and it's still, but like, would you credit the? Am I am I overdoing the hot burn for what it contributes to a beer?
I think on that end might be a little bit more of control of or oxygen pickup, and in a way, sometimes I
Yep,
feel that beers get like oxidized, and these beers are really prone to oxidation. Like
of course.
they oxidize like so fast. So when you feel a little bit of that, like you can say it's a little bit like hot burn feeling. I would say maybe it's getting into that step, which is completely normal. We try to avoid as much as possible that, and like extend the shelf life of these beers.
Okay.
But I feel that on a hazy IPA sometimes it's really prominent. On these beers, of course, I don't know, it's just like the whole thing covering your mouth in flavor. And when you drink it, you feel a little bit of like booziness of like 7.8%, like almost an 8% beer, but also you feel all the hops. You feel the flavor of the actual hop. And if you notice, this is not juicy. This is not guava
It's dry.
and papaya. It's quite dry. We use a different malt bill for this, experiment a little bit, and we also repeat kind of like the same thing because we really enjoy that on this beer in specific. And it's an adjunct that is not common on a hoppy beer or a hazy IPA.
Or a 7.8% beer.
Yeah.
Because usually inherently those are a little more sticky and a little more just more like intense than and less dry inherently than this. So
Yeah.
it's
And thick, kind of like yeah. This
very
one is
much
like
so.
it drinks quite easy, even though it's like at 8% in my opinion. But
Yeah, this is dangerous. This is why I was looking at it. I was like, oh shit, okay, and we still got 3 more to go, so we're gonna take it easy. But this could be a problem, just like the other two just disappeared. I'm like, oh, I gotta actually pay attention to this one because we gotta take it a bit slow because
thanks.
we got to pace ourselves. But this is fucking awesome, dude. Like this is
Sure.
really, this drinks like a 6.5 ish type of thing.
I agree.
So, but it's got that like, yeah, it's almost like that higher ABV plus the hop burn and like the other things you were mentioning have kind of like given it that elongation, which is the one thing that's sort of like missing from New England IPAs, I guess, or hazy IPAs or hoppy ales, whatever you want to say, like that general category, just that like that shelf life is so short. So like to extend it as much as possible from the oxygen side, from the if it's probably a bit of everything. Like the oxygen for like absolutely is probably number one to maintaining that. But then also you got little things like that. If you've got that hop, and this once again it's a little bit qualitative. But
Yeah. I think what you're saying too is like the hop, like you got so much hops in this beer that also like it kind of preserves the beer a little bit longer,
which is their intention anyway.
Yeah, it's that the intention, and also because of that preservation, you can also feel that hop character in your mouth when you drink it. It's like, oh, there's so much of it right here.
Big time. Yeah. It hasn't dropped at all.
I still feel that Nelson. It's great.
Yeah, the Nelson is so present. The white grape is like punchy. It's right there, and just that like the nose. One of my favorite things is to always smell the can. I keep smelling the can because I guess it's such a small outlet that it keeps a lot of the aromatics in. So even after I pour it, I just like to smell the can for a while when I'm writing my little notes down, just because I'm like, this gives me a concentrated version of the beer. I don't do it with really any other style except haze, like New England IPA. Maybe sometimes, but more so I feel like it's beneficial because it's sort of like, well, you pour it into a glass, the glass is wider, some of the aromatics will disappear, but they'll disappear a lot slower from the can. So sometimes there's a bit of the yeast at the bottom, so you're really getting this like concentrated version of the beer on top of that. Whereas like you pour it out, maybe you miss some of it. So I just find that's
cool.
Fun to sniff. Yeah, this is fucking fire, dude. So this is Project
Man.
11.
Really appreciate that,
dude.
That's
I knew
Project 11.
Project 11. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a sick one. Why did obviously the name, that was the other thing. Maybe we should, you know what? Before I even get into it, because we should talk. I want to talk about the branding and the names and all that type of stuff. Maybe
good.
we should actually talk about the history of the brewery. Maybe we should get to that an hour and 15 minutes in. Tell us then what was your brewing history? How did you get into beer, and how did that, what's your career look like, and then how did that lead to changing colors?
Sounds good. Do you want the long story or the short story?
We are. Let's do the long story. That's more fun.
That sounds good. So let's start. No, by the way, I'm from Ecuador.
Hell
So like if your audience might have like any, what the hell is this guy saying? And that's why. But anyways, talking about Ecuador, I went to university in Ecuador. This was like years ago. And I studied sound and acoustics engineering, and I thought that was what I wanted to do. So I did it, ended up 5 years, blah, blah, blah. And then I was working on that for a little bit. I was doing some sound design for film and stuff like that, working for a company, blah, blah, blah. And eventually one of my friends, and this was like, I don't remember, 2013 maybe ish. One of my friends at the time, he was like, hey, do you want to go and grab a beer on this new spot, which was a craft brewery? And we went down. It was on a really, as a local, you don't want to go to that neighborhood, right? It's like, why are we going there? It's like dangerous. I don't want to be there. Right. But we went. And it was a really cool spot. Super, like personality and character on the spot. They used to have even like a small, you would say, church or chapel inside of the brewery. Because Quito is like, you have a lot of churches and it's like a lot of tradition on that end. So anyways, it was kind of cool. You actually were able to like have beers, and there was a couple there. It was like, what the hell is happening here? But it was good. So then I tried there a few beers. I remember back in the day it was like amber ale, and then pale ale, blah blah. But then I tried an IPA. I was like, oh, this is really, really awesome. How is this? I don't know. I've never tried something like this. And that's how everything started. So we keep going like every week to the same spot, like going back. I remember like after work saying, hey, just let's go and grab a pizza and like grab one of those IPAs. So that's how it started. And then eventually I remember I had some money I did a loan from the bank. And my plan was to use that money for something around my career at the time.
Okay, the music.
And I was like, oh, I might do like open a studio or just like get some equipment for, like doing like live shows because I like music and stuff like that. So I didn't do that, of course. And my friend, he was like, hey, try this, try that. We were trying a few things. And I was like, where do you get these beers aside from like this spot? Of course, they were selling their own beer, but like in that moment, we already tried different beers. I was like, there's no spots in the city where we can get this beer. Like there were like just a few fancy restaurants where like one at the time bottle was like $10, a 355 bottle, $10 in a fancy restaurant. It's like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I had a couple of friends, brewers, small breweries too, and they were, we sell to these specific restaurants, but I don't know why they sell it so expensive, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, we decided with my friend to open our own place. We had no idea of like how to do it. So 2 weeks later, my friend calls me and say, hey, I got the spot already. I was like, "Do you want to put that like money on it?" But it wasn't much. It was like really like not much. And I was like, "Yeah, sure." We went, check out the spot. I was like, "Dude, this is like nothing. Like no one's gonna come here." It was like a small space. Like probably you can fit there like 25 people max, one washroom, and it was just a square. And I was like, we have to do everything. And like, I don't know, there's no more bars, restaurants around this area. It was like a neighborhood, literally, neighborhood. So I was like, okay, let's do it. And my friend said, like, you know what? At least our friends, they live around here, so they will come to our place. I was like, sure, okay. So with no experience, blah blah blah, nothing like that, we decided to go ahead and do it. And then we started building up our own tables. Like we built up the bar. I remember I started like googling about like what is a tap handle, what is like different like like trap systems, how they work, blah blah blah. So yeah, we got all the parts, we got all the tables, we got a couple of friends to help us out like building up. I remember we were like building up tables in the sidewalk, and people was passing by and they were like,
What are you
you
doing?
guys, what are you guys doing? Are you guys like opening a carpentry here, or I was, no, it's gonna be a bar here. So we opened the bar, and the idea was to like just focus on craft beer. Uh, we started place with 4 brands from friends, uh, and put them on tap, and bring some bottles, and put them on the fridge, and that was it. And it was fun to see at the time like just people coming into the place, our friends first, and they were like, oh cool, drinking that beer. And eventually people that we didn't know just coming by and say, hey, where you guys are bringing these, like, are you guys bringing them from like another place, another country? It was like, no, everything's from here, everything's local. And eventually it grows so much that it went like really well, and the place was like always packed. I remember it
No
was so
shit.
cool. We had people like on the sidewalk. Like we opened a window and made like a bar that gives like on the sidewalk,
And you
and
could
people were like,
serve.
you could be standing on the sidewalk, which is like why is not happening here, anyways. And you could be right there just drinking a beer. And
That's
we used
so
to do
good.
that. It was so cool, like kind of like European ish.
I'm looking at pictures of Quito in Ecuador and it looks fucking awesome. I had no idea, bro. This looks such like a cool city. It's massive and there's mountains surrounding it.
Yeah, we like volcanoes.
Oh my god, dude, this is gorgeous. I'm like, I had no idea.
It's pretty cool.
Damn. Okay, so I can see that. I feel like South America is a lot more chill with their or maybe the other way around. North America, England, Australia, all that stuff are a lot more tight ass with their alcohol laws and things like that, where you should just be able like to stand around outside of a bar. Like, who cares? Who's hurting?
Yeah.
Anyways,
I mean, we did have some, like, sometimes there was like a massive, like 15, 20 people outside.
right.
Like, what can we do? And
As long as the
it
cops don't
worked out.
come, I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, that's how I started. And then I started learning a little bit about beer, like pretty much working behind the bar, and all these different brewers that I didn't know that existed, like home brewers and like bigger brewers, medium, blah, blah, all different sizes coming to the place and say, hey, do you want to sell my beer? And I was like, sure, let's try it. I didn't know anything at the time. I was like,
Right.
just
Just
smelling
taking it
beer,
all.
trying. And I didn't know at the time that there were so many people making beer.
Right.
And we figured with my friend, because we didn't want to close the space and say, hey, we only have these beers, blah blah blah. We said we're gonna say yes to everyone, and we're gonna put them on the fridge for a week and see how it works. And that's what we did. And people were like, I like it, and we were bringing
Then
more
you
of that beer.
okay.
And the other side too, like, I don't like it, and they were like, people were not buying that beer, and it was like, sorry. So
So
that was
you made them do like I forgot the word, but where they what's it starts with C. It's where you give somebody the product, and if it sells, then they pay you, and if it doesn't sell, then you have to take it back.
No, we always pay, like we always buy the
Okay,
product,
but if
we
it
put it on the fridge, and there were because there were so many like small breweries too, and like just one guy making beer saying, can I sell you my beer? I was sure, I have my brand, whatever. But like, sure, just put it on the fridge. If people likes it, then it's good for you and for me, and everything, like it works out. I gotta say that there were a couple of breweries that they went like kind of like out of business, because like people, I would say that spot become a like really craft beer, the most important craft beer bar in the city.
No shit.
And then people were trying different beers there that they never seen before.
And it was all from Ecuador.
That was just in Quito, our little 45-seat bar.
So just Quito-based breweries for the.
At the beginning, yes, and then eventually different parts from Ecuador, and that's how we end up with having like 40 different brands of beer, which was like insane at one point. I was like, this is too crazy, man. It went well, and then we decided to open another location because that was too like small. And then we opened this new spot. We find a really cool house, 2 floors, and we made 2 bars. We had 30 taps on it, like 15 taps on one floor and 15 on the other one. Did that one, and then at that point we were like, okay, we need to like, we already know a little bit about beer. Let's just keep the really good beer. So we picked up the brands, and then we had like a couple of rotators, blah, 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 whatever. But that's how it started. And then I was able to take the staff to these different breweries just for them to get trained on like how beer is made, what are the ingredients, what are the hops and the malt, blah, blah, blah. And that's how I learned as well. And eventually,
what was the name of the bar, by the way?
It was called La Reserva. I'm going to write it down here for you.
La Reserva?
Yeah.
Is it still around?
It's still around.
La Reserva, found it.
Yeah.
Amazing. So this is the one I'm looking at on Pierre 40-100. Why? Vos Andes, Pierre 40. No, that's French.
No. Maybe look at like La Reserva Pop.
Oh, so there's another one called They Stole Your Name.
No, that's because La Reserva means how do you say that in English? It's like a place that it's protected by the government too, like a reserve. But we pick up the name because it means like storing something, like storage, like
Cerveceria La Reserva.
La Reserva Pub.
La Reserva Pub.
Yeah.
La Reserva Pub. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So.
God damn it. I'll find it. Keep going. I'll find it.
So that's pretty much what we did. And then I got to go to these different breweries from, at that time, they was friends. They were working with us, serving their beer there, and we were going to different breweries and learning how it worked. And then I was doing a little bit of home brewing, trying to figure out how to do things with beer or just make beer. And then eventually me and Andrea, I met Andrea, which is my wife right now. We said like, hey, maybe we can just make beer as well and sell it in the pub.
I found it here. It says it's permanently closed.
Because they closed that location.
The Giacomo
during COVID.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That my friend closed that one in COVID, and he reopened a different one, a different location.
Is this the one on?
That was the house. Yeah.
The house. Okay. Oh, that was the house.
That was the house with all the taps that I just mentioned.
Oh, okay. Then there's another one here that's on. I can't even say that. GUAN Guangitagua.
Yeah, that was the first one. That's the small spot.
Okay. So that one says it's still open. Just because I saw your name, it said you uploaded some photos.
Yeah.
Oh man, this looks cool as shit, dude. So I keep going. This is cool. I see what you're saying. I see the vibe. So people look it up. La Reserva service on Google anyway. It's under Cerveceria La Reserva.
Huh. There you go.
That's what it came up under. It's got some cool like hot dog type shit, baked potatoes, burgers. Is that right? You got a kitchen and stuff?
Yeah, we had a kitchen too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
that's pretty much how it worked, and like how it went. At that moment, like the first year, I was doing still my sound designing job full time, and then I was doing the bar at nights, and then eventually I was like, I'm just gonna focus 100% on this. So I dropped my job and I keep doing the bar, and that's what I was doing.
Oh, I see the fridge now. Oh, I see this fridge right here with all this shit. Hell yeah, dude. This is cool. This
Yeah,
is cool because you painted a nice picture. Now I'm seeing the photos.
that's cool. I haven't seen the photos in like years.
Yeah, it's
It's cool.
it looks really it's just like lots of wood, like
Yes,
like real pub kind of vibes. This looks just like really nice, fresh food with fun beers that I don't haven't seen before.
totally.
I love
You're
it.
right on spot.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, and then that's how Andrea and me we started like brewing. We got a 200-liter system. We created this brand, which was called Hopping Cat, which is not in the market anymore. It was all about cats, which was fun.
Hell yeah.
Like all of our cans had cats and stuff like that. It was
That's
cool.
sick.
So we did that, and then we were like brewing there. I was learning how to brew while I was doing it, and then we were selling some of that beer at the pub. And it was like super small system, like 200-liter. I remember we used to have these fermenters with wheels just to wheel them into the cold room instead of cold crashing them. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's
Um,
smart. That's actually really smart though.
yeah, but the cold room was like 2 by 2, so it
Too
was
small.
too small. Yeah. Once we had kegs, it was like, all right, how we can do this.
Yeah.
Anyways, we did it, and then that's how it works. How it works, sorry. And then eventually with Andrew, we said like, okay, what should we do? Like, we should uh, get a loan, like get some like money from investors and try to like make this brewery big here, or just like go somewhere else, learn about brewing, and then eventually try to do something. So that's the path that we took.
Okay.
Um, and then we moved over to BC. Pretty much, we moved over here. Andrea was doing also sound design. She's still doing some sound design now. We moved over to BC. I went to brewing school for 2 years, and then I worked for a couple of breweries here in Vancouver. Yeah, had a couple of good experiences, bad experiences. Learned a little bit of what I can do at the brewery, what I don't want to do in the brewery. A little bit more of like an actual like, big production brewery skills and stuff like that. And then yeah, and last year was like, you know what? I think we should just start ours because it's been it's been 6 years since we decided that we wanted to move and then eventually do it. And then we said like, yeah, let's do it. So we started working on that the beginning last year, and then we launched the project in August, pretty much. So it's gonna be
Okay.
1 year in like 2 weeks. Uh,
Wow. That's
yeah,
good timing.
yeah. So yeah, it's been fun. Um, it's been an outlet for us to express, because when you work for a brewery as a brewer or whatever you do, you just do things there, and that's totally okay and that's cool. But we really wanted to express ourselves in a different way. Like we want to showcase who we are in our brand. That's what we do. Um, yeah, and then yeah, man, it was. Let's see how it goes. And luckily, people is really digging the beers, and that's awesome. Yeah, we can't be more glad. It's just people like coming to us and saying, "Hey, dude, like you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for." It's like, holy shit, thank you very much. Um,
That's awesome.
so I feel that we are on a path to like something really cool. and we are working so hard right now to make it happen. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Dude, that's awesome. What a cool story, man. I've heard of Quito
Thanks.
before, but now I want to tell my girlfriend because we've been wanting to go to Costa Rica and stuff. I haven't messed with South America or Central America at all. So this looks so fire, and it's so cool that you were able to be involved in beer there and really kind of like set things off out there for like craft beer and essentially become the, is it fair to say, the most important craft beer bar or the biggest craft beer bar in the city?
I would say that that was it. I don't know if it's still, because right now it's like it's been growing so much, the industry. I remember my friends bringing bottles of like American IPA, starting their brewery. These guys got like 3 locations right now, and it's like, whoa, that's
Right.
awesome. And my friends, where we used to, when I had the first IPA that I told you, you know, they
From the
are,
local.
yeah, they are actually from the States. They went to Ecuador for vacation, and they were like,
I'm not leaving.
there's no IPA here, and they weren't brewers, and they stay there, and they start brewing, and that's and now they are Ecuadorians, and they,
That's
you know,
amazing.
one of them actually is the president of the Brewers Association down there, which is crazy. And
Hey,
they have
man.
one of the biggest breweries down in Ecuador too, which is
What's
crazy.
it?
Like you can see, wow,
That's so sick, man. I don't know. That isn't that cool? That's
that's
how
cool.
worldwide beer is, and then you've had your story by learning about beer from going to their brewery and then starting your own beer bar, then coming here and starting your own brewery whilst working at breweries after going
Totally.
to brewery school. I don't know. That's sick, man. That's like a really cool story of and your experience in multiple in the 2 countries, and being an entrepreneur, being a business owner already, and figuring it out when you didn't know anything, from what you were saying, like you didn't know a lot anyway, and then learning about how to run a bar, how to buy beer, of how to select beer, what do people like, and you're on the other side, like making the product, and now you're able for your own brand to control your. I know you said you had your own brand there as well, but I imagine this is much more elevated as far
Oh
as,
yeah.
yeah, the branding is beautiful, like the product. What I was going to ask was, when did you discover, because I'm looking at the pictures, and if I would imagine, and most places are outside of, I don't know, North America, Australia is pretty big on it now, I guess. Maybe the UK, parts of Europe. I would say that the style of beer that you are known for isn't popular in South America, Central America, most of Europe,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. How did you discover this style, and why did you decide to to hang your hat on hazy IPA / hoppy ales?
That's a really good question. I would say when I was working the bar, I always wanted to like learn more about beer in general. So I did my BJCP, and then I got like,
Nice.
I did all these things, and then I also wanted, like, I love traveling, and me and Andrea, we love traveling. So we're like, every time we were traveling, it was like it's gonna be a music festival and then
And then
breweries.
beer.
So we were just going to different breweries and going to like really solid breweries, like like Other Half, or Russian River. We're like, we gotta go to Russian River. So
Go.
we make them happen. I was like, okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Learning from all these spots, and then seeing at the culture and like the beer, market, I would say, kind of opens your eyes in a different way. And then the way because yeah, and then we landed on this specifically because it's something we tried a couple of years ago, and I don't know, man, there's something in there that we really like. It's not that it's the only style of beer that we're going to be brewing. um, we also want to brew lagers, and that's what we do. Actually, our next release is going to be it's a West Coast Pilsner, but you know
Hell yeah.
um, so we also want to do a little bit of that because something we really enjoy too. But this is so different from my perspective, from hazy IPA, that is like, I don't know. There's something in there, and I feel, you remember, like hazy IPA, I don't know, 10 years ago when it was like just starting.
I didn't even discover in 2015. I was probably more like 2016. Yeah.
Yeah. Around there, it was like, what is this? Why is this beer looking like that? Blah blah blah. So I feel that Hoppy ales are kind of getting onto the same thing. It might be something pretty cool in the future, and I feel right now it's something very niche. But that's the cool part, and that's what it's missing right now sometimes in craft beer, because a lot of our breweries, they went like so like they grow so much over the last few years, and then eventually they just need to hold this production schedule. um, and I feel that craft beer, when it started, it wasn't that. At least in North America, was like more like hanging with friends, like, oh, look at this, what I did, blah blah blah. It's still happening, but for the big breweries, it's quite to maintain that. It's not a it's a business, right? But I feel that there's some breweries in North America, here in Canada, even though they have a decent volume output, they still have that. And we wanted to really be one of those breweries,
Right.
meaning that we really want to put a lot of effort on every detail we do, from the beer, how it looks, the people that we work with. And we are in a stage where, like, if we don't feel right working with something or selling beer with someone, we just don't do it,
That's
because
great.
we don't want to do that. We don't want to share our time with that specific type of people or whatever. So we're trying to be more focused on people like you that is doing really cool things about beer, or just sharing with people that it's more passionate. And I feel that's in the last few years that was kind of lost because of, like, the pandemic and the high rising cost of everything that we all go through. Then we kind of like need to survive, right? And then that industry, it's on the survival mode, and we forget why we are here and what we are doing. And we just want to do it, even though it's a business, and we want to manage it that way as well. We want to have fun. We want to, like, fucking do whatever we want, even though, like, we don't know how the outcome is going to be. And we want to pick beer styles that are not common, and we love them. So that's why we decided to go that way.
I love it, man. I feel like the West Coast, like we were sort of saying earlier about, you guys have a lot more, I would say lagers and West Coast / American IPAs out there. The haze, I would say BC / the West Coast in general, even in the States, isn't as well known for this style as
Correct.
out this way. So I think there's a lot of room for it out there. And that could also play into, because if you were one of 100 hazy IPA breweries, it'd be a lot harder to stand out. But I think part of the excitement around you and your brand, which is obviously a gorgeous brand, but the
Thanks, man.
beers already, we're only 3 in, we've got 3 more to go. This is a fantastic, that the West Coast needs something like this. There isn't as much, and it's great because then you are fulfilling a need that other breweries aren't fulfilling, and you're doing it in such a great way that's also a great brand experience. And being picky, I think, is so important in business. And
True.
if people aren't going to treat these beers how they should be, if they're going to be put on some warm shelf or not, try to sell through while they're fresh and things like that, like people have to, the places that you're selling to, because I know BC has a really great beer store scene, as opposed to out here it's a little more controlled. So this is from what I understand anyway. So, like, yeah, it sounds like you're really, like, being particular about who you're getting involved with, where you're selling these things.
100%. 100%. We've been
So
like
smart.
really, really, really picky on that end because, and you mentioned something really important, that is cold storage. And that's, for
Big time.
us, with these type of beers, it's like important.
Very.
um, so luckily right now we're really focused on, like, private stores, and they've
Sweet.
been great. But also, like, if there's no cold storage, we think it twice. It's like, okay, probably it's not a good idea. So
Yeah.
we really take care of that. Like, man, literally, we have a farmers market tomorrow, and I was loading the van for doing deliveries, and then Andrea was doing deliveries, and then I was like, hey, I can load the van with our beer for tomorrow. And she was like, no, 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 it's too hot and it's going to be out there for the night. I don't want that. And you know what? That's kind of cool, because I was like, actually, that's true. Let's just ride the van tomorrow and grab the beers and keep them cold. 100%. So that only showcase the mentality and the philosophy that we're trying to keep on your business, you know?
I love it, man. It's so important. And if you're not doing that when you're making this style, then I kind of feel like you're not doing it right. So it's great that you guys are very particular about that. And I'm not surprised based on this. Miguel, how do you feel about a quick break for a little bathroom there? And then we'll jump into the next part. All right. We'll be back in a sec. Yeah.
Sounds good.
And we are back. And if you are watching on video, you will notice that we are joined by Andrea. Andrea and Miguel are the couple as we've been talking about behind it. Welcome, Andrea. It's so nice to meet you, and happy to have you here.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. We've been talking for the last little while about all that. We're just catching Andrea up off air about what we've been yapping about. So we're going to start with the beer, then we'll get right back into it. So this was something that we were talking about. Did we talk about this off air or on air? I can't remember. Either way, this was a relatively recent release that I remember seeing on social and being like, yo, this is sick. Yeah. So this is Skate. This is another hoppy ale, as we were just talking about. And this is a part of a two-part collaboration. And this is the New Zealand IPA version, as we were talking. No, we were talking about this on air because we were talking about Church was the Pacific Northwest hop and Skate was the New Zealand hop, because we were both gassing up New Zealand hops. So this one, Moteca Cryo Nectaron and Moteca T90. Hell yeah, let's go. And it's 7%. So this is part of the hoppy ale. So this is more of that saturated, as we were just discussing sort of in detail, the difference between the hoppier ales and the New England IPAs. This is like pretty thick, man. Woof. So tell us more about this one and I guess the concept of this Church and Skate sort of two part.
So this one, it's a mixed 4-pack, and we decided to do a mixed 4-pack. Well, it's two different beers, same grain bill, same malts, same process, but different hops. So on one of them, we use New Zealand hops, the ones that you just said, Motueka, Nectaron. Mm-hmm. And then on the other one, we use some of the classic PNW hops, Citra, I think some Mosaic, and Cinco.
Okay.
It's called the separation of Church and Skate, and it's quite fun because one of them is Church and the other one is Skate.
So smart.
So, Skate is the New Zealand version, you could say.
Which I guess is the more funkier, newer stuff. Church being the more older school, which completely aligns.
Totally, yeah. So it's kind of cool as well, because for people that don't know much about hops, they can taste these beers side by side and like notice the difference, you know?
Yeah.
We've been doing some like farmers market and stuff like that, and doing that, and people's like, oh, they are so different. And it's, they are like hops are so different. So this is a hoppy ale too.
Yeah. It's a great experimentation, as Miguel said, just about to showcase the hops and the difference that the hops can taste, especially as a brewery that plays a lot with the hops. Sometimes people can consider like it's the same beer over and over again, but it's not, because just a combination of hops can do like a very different beer altogether.
It's so true. It's really something that people don't really appreciate enough. With a lot of breweries that focus on hoppy beers, that they are very, very different, and the critics have kind of disappeared. I feel like at this point in 2025, if you're trying to say that nonsense, then like relax. But
also general consumer, they just don't know sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to bring like that exercise. I would say this is like a really quite like basic exercise of like two different beers with different hops from different regions. So that's kind of cool for the regular consumer that they don't know much about hops. They are not talking about beer every day, but when they see that, it's like, oh, actually they are so different, and then getting interested on like learning more about it, right?
Yeah. I feel like maybe I'm saying this is more as like an East Coast perspective where people have a lot more knowledge about this stuff. There was a time, I just feel like maybe because like we were talking earlier about the West Coast not having as much of a scene for this style as it does out here. So like I feel like this is maybe just my opinion that like if you don't understand that they are quite nuanced and that you try multiple different hazy IPAs within one brewery and they're very different, and that let alone multiple breweries, and if you tried them all side by side, you're like, oh, okay, they are like, I don't know. I just feel like in 2025, if you're into craft beer in any shape or form, then you should be relatively aware of that. But if you are new to it, then there's a different level of forgiving, of course. Then like, yeah, of course, not everybody knows that, and this is a fantastic way to show the difference between the like you said, it's not a split batch, two different batches still made the same, but then inherently because they are brewed separately, they're going to be different. It's impossible to make them identical. Excuse me. So I think this is such a fun way to do it, and it's only 7% as well, which is awesome. So did the bases come out basically the same? Do you guys feel they were pretty similar?
I feel they were pretty similar. I think that the differences can be compared to the difference that the same beer can have between batches, but I think it was pretty similar. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you mean the base, like the grain, or
Well, you know how like we were talking about essentially the grain, but just more like the base beer before the hops. Like there was two batches brewed that were separate fermenters, and they weren't like a split batch where you just did one big one and took.
The base beer, it's very similar, like very almost like I would say there wouldn't be like significant differences if you like put them side by side and you try them. They're gonna be really similar. The only thing that it's difficult to figure out is that the dry hop technique is usually like mid fermentation, so you can't actually try the finished beer like a base beer and then with the hops, because we are hopping the beers during the fermentation with like still happening. So the beer is not fully ready at that time. But they look the same. Like before dry hopping, for example, they look pretty similar, the same. They smell the same. So yeah, pretty similar.
I think they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so they came out pretty well. So this one, once again, Moteca Cryo, Nectaron, and Moteca T90. So obviously we were talking earlier about the importance of having that T90 for the base amongst that. So this is like super bright, very tropical. That
lime. There's like some, I would say, some lemony notes.
I would almost say lime because because Moteca is known for the lime notes, and I'm definitely getting, unless it's in my head because that's what I know that they do, but there's definitely that citrus leaning more towards lime, but definitely got some lemon actually. Now you mention it.
It's quite like lemon peel ish,
I can see that now. Actually, you're right. I feel like it's a bit of both. Normally, and I wonder if that's from the Moteca or if the Nectaron's delivering that as well. The mouthfeel is fantastic. I almost feel like
more, full, like I would say more creamy, a little bit. And you know why? I'm going to tell you that, but like the previous one that we tried, the Metalheads, that one, you get some adjunct on the grain bill. So the mouthfeel for that one is way more lighter. This one is more like traditional.
I was kind of going to say this felt bigger, but I wasn't sure because I know it was still under the hoppy ale, so I wasn't sure if it was. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That I see it immediately. Okay, I know what you're saying.
This feels a little bit more like full, you would say. Yeah. And the color is even though this one is like really pale in color too, the previous one was a little bit more paler, I would say.
You are right. Well, you know what? I had a little bit. I had to take it easy a little bit because I got to finish 2 more. No, the other 2 disappeared. But you can't tell as much on the screen. But this is like straight murky, whereas like there's a little bit like you just kind of see through like the edges of this one. So there's definitely a slight difference as far as the visual cues as well. But the mouthfeel is certainly a little more round, a little more smooth on the skate. This is phenomenal. And when was this can? This was a little bit of
this was
squished up
a month ago.
Yeah, it wasn't long. I remember not seeing it long ago. We'd already had the pod locked in, so I knew it wasn't long ago.
Yeah.
I can't see.
A little bit more than that.
Okay, well, it's holding up beautifully. The hops are gorgeous in this. This is great. Why did you choose? Why did you guys choose these specific hops from?
That's a good question too.
Yeah, why do you use some Nelson? I'm Nelson obsessed. I know.
Yeah.
I'm very
Was this your beer? This was your beer, Andrea? Yeah.
I still talk to him about that beer, and I want to bring it back.
Do it again.
Yeah. I think
Nelson 4 ways. Yeah.
One of the reasons was we did a Nelson previous one, so I still wanted to use some New Zealand hops, but I didn't want to use Nelson on this one because I don't know, just to experiment a little bit.
And I feel Nelson is such a big hops with such a unique character. Sometimes may overpower the other hops, and I think it makes sense to use Motueka, which still have a lot of that character of New Zealand hops without the punch that personally I love, but that punch of the Nelson, right?
More fruity in a sense, but still wild. I mean, and I've never used Motueka in that amount, like those amounts. I would say the Motueka here is the main hop, and then Nectaron is just there to support that Motueka, just giving that like round kind of like mouthfeel at the same time and aromatics. But then the main hop is Motueka, and when you smell it, it's like so lemony. It's like lemon peels. It's like that's what you get.
Yeah, ma'am.
And I've used Motueka before, but not that like much focus on just Motueka. Like this is like probably 80% Motueka. Yeah.
So I feel that this one was featuring Nelson. This one is kind of featuring Motueka.
In a way.
Nectaron as a complementary of the flavor, like to give it a more round flavor to it.
100%.
Yeah.
Right. And it was still, so I guess that makes sense because it's got the Motueka Cryo and the T90. So obviously that could have spelled it out that was more of the focus on the beer. Was that sort of just because you guys like you like Motueka enough to be like, you know what, let's make it. Okay, a better question for you. You've used 2 different types of Motueka as opposed to the 4 different types of Nelson on the last beer. Why did you guys pepper in the Nectaron? And I know I shouldn't necessarily be comparing the 2, but just out of curiosity, why did you pop in some Nectaron, which is a phenomenal hop, with the Motueka as opposed to making it say like a Motueka single hop beer?
One of the reasons is I think Nectaron tends to be more fruity than Motueka, or you can say like different fruits. Even though we don't want this beer to be that fruity, I would say it complements really well Motueka. And before doing that, it's not like I just wake up and say like I use these 2 hops. What I try to do is do some sensory as well before. let's say we're brewing with Pacific Northwest hops. I just grab some Simcoe and then grab some like Mosaic or whatever, in this case Motueka and Nectaron, and then try to like actually blend them in my hand and see how they work together. There are some hops that definitely clash in between, but I don't know, somehow I just like this combination. And I was like, oh, it will be cool because I like the combination. And Nectaron is so specific flavor, but I was like, Nectaron is like something that I tried like so many times. I just want to focus more on Motueka. So I just leave it like on the bench at Nectaron, but it's there.
Oh, it's there. It makes complete sense that this is what you guys did. So the concept for this beer, as far as the separation of the church and skate there, like, where did that idea come from to sort of drop two beers at once with I haven't actually seen anything like that before, specifically with it done in that way, where it's sort of like same base, here's some PNW, and it's kind of perfect based on where you are, but PNW hops with some New Zealand hops. Where did that whole concept come from?
Well, I think we were, if I remember accurately, we were just like brainstorming. Sometimes, as we do, as you know, we're a couple as well, so we spend a lot of time together. So even when we're like watching a movie, and Nesmith is like, we should do this. And then we're just gonna keep moving. We're driving towards dinner. We should do this. Yeah, that'll be cool. So I think we're just like in constantly brainstorming, or sometimes it's just in the back of our head. And so I think I remember that the first idea, well, maybe I want to mention it because I still want to do it. But there was an idea, and this idea like mutated towards, why not showcasing in a, how can I put it without
we wanted to showcase the terroir.
We wanted to showcase the terroir, but it started like something as, how can we give this experience to someone who's not necessarily a brewer, or who's not necessarily like a beer like beer savvy, someone that's still, it's just a regular consumer, and to showcase how hops can change a beer completely, as we already mentioned. And I think that was, at least for me, I think for you as well, the main reason for this. I still have some other ideas of how we want to achieve these as changing colors, because we need to find ways to I don't know, bring the hops closer to the consumer, if that makes sense, in different ways that keep it fun. So yeah, I don't know if I reply any question, but I just,
and then this was like,
that's perfect.
I think we also were probably thinking, or I don't remember, I think I was listening to this song too, and I said like, oh, what do you think about this name? And then somehow we decided like, yeah, we should just call one of them Church and the other one Skate. And I was like, but who's gonna be Church? Because I don't know. And that's why and then we decided like, Church might go with like
and then we were like,
yeah.
And then we had like some comes and go with a can, because we were like, I don't think we should put priests on skateboards.
That happened too.
No priests.
This was the skate though, but the church indeed had some like church on skateboard, and it had some crosses on. So I'm like, ooh, how do we keep it kosher?
It was a little bit more. It was a little bit more raw.
And
I was like, maybe that's too much, and you don't want to like.
Well, I'm
but
come from a Catholic family. I'm like, ooh, my mom see this, she's not gonna like it. So
no. Yeah.
Was there any backlash? Did anyone get?
Of course.
Yeah, you kept it balanced. Did anyone get mad about that part, or was it a little chill?
Chill. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's 2025, man. Like, I don't think anyone who's drinking like this type of beer, would probably get uptight a little about that. I think that would be that wouldn't really be a Venn diagram that I would see too much. I think that's so sick. It's a really cool idea that you guys executed on. I think it's super fun. Now, how was the response? Did people did, like, aside from the church folks, people liked it. People like understood the differences of what you were trying to do, particularly because you sold it in a mixed 4-pack. When you say mixed 4-pack, by the way, you mean 2 and 2, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool. There are some liquor stores that they break them, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
But it's kind of cool. And then we've been selling them on this mixed 4-pack, and people is stoked because it's not something that they can, like, if you think about it, how often can you do that?
We're forcing them to train their skills.
Yeah.
Selling them in a 4-pack, so they have no choice. There was no like.
But it's like, it's the perfect 4-pack because, like, as I don't know about you guys as beer consumers, and there's two sides because I own a business. So if I owned a brewery, I understand the economics of selling 4-packs. But as a consumer, I don't really want that. But 2 and 2, let's go. I'm with that. That's dope because
that's definitely a point, 100%. We thought about it for sure.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be like 2 different beers, but also like from the production side, was also a double process. So this project was pretty much releasing 2 beers at the time. Which
is that abnormal for you?
It's abnormal because the first one. Yeah.
It was because abnormal in the sense that there is some help in the brewing side, but Miguel still the 90% of everything that's brewing related.
Yeah.
So it is like a double batch, or just even like putting them in the flats, or just setting them to press
and just planning. And as you know, we are also pretty much on a contract brewing agreement, so we need to like wiggle things around so our beers fit their schedule too.
Okay.
So there's more on that end, even though we have a few tanks, and that kind of works well. But in this case was like, okay, we're not just like working on one beer. We need to work on 2 beers with 2 different designs, with 2 different ingredients, which blah, blah, blah. But it kind of like,
That being said, it was a great experiment. I would totally do it again. And as I mentioned, I still have more ideas of how to do like mixed packs, different beers that can showcase in a way the difference of the hops. And we are right now doing farmers market as one small business do during the summer. And we were giving some tasters of Church and Skate a couple weeks ago, and it was such a good experiment just having the customers there.
Yeah, I was like,
come on in, let's taste this. And then I was like with 5 people, we're tasting now Church, and now we're tasting Skate, and seeing this like people, regular consumers that were noticing the whole different, and not only that they were not only noticing the difference, but each one had their favorite. And I found that beautiful, because sometimes we just need to know as beer consumers that because we don't like a beer, that doesn't mean it's bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I love Nelson, some people hate Nelson, and that's okay. If it doesn't have any off flavor, if it's balanced, if it has a great body, like good head retention, it's a great beer. But that's how the beauty was, that I felt that 4-pack fitted almost every consumer, because it gave Church was a little bit more punchy, a little bit like, I don't know, like orange juice notes, and some people love that. Some people consider that it was a little bit too sweet, that maybe it was like the related like juice to sweetness, because it wasn't really that sweet, but they considered it was too sweet and they preferred skate a little bit more. So it was a great experiment to understand the customers as well, and this concept of. And
also we just did it as I mentioned before, like we just did random things that we like.
Very random.
Literally, and like the names as well. Like a lot of people comes by and say, "Hey, like that's such a cool name." It's like I didn't create it. I just like stole it from somewhere else. But we don't. Yeah, in a way, not stole, but you know what I mean.
Borrowed.
Reinvented it, reuse it, recycled it.
And we use them because it's something we like. Like, this is one of my favorite songs.
Who's it by?
This song, it's from a band called No Effects.
Oh, I know No Effects. Okay, yeah. They were the ones, because I'm a hip hop dude, but I remember when I grew up, I'm kind of old, but when I grew up in like the 90s, was that the one where the dude on one cover was like fucking the sheep, and then on the back cover they were eating the sheep?
You're correct. Yes.
I never forgot that. I was like, yo,
It was
guys, in my genre, that wouldn't really fly, but you guys like fucking okay. I understand. I respect it. I think
that was the worst.
It's pretty funny, man. It wouldn't get away. They wouldn't get away with that now in 2025.
Yeah.
Woo, hell no. Okay, I love it. I think this is really smart, guys, and it's really cool to now see both you guys bounce off each other with this, and to really show that like the ideas and the concepts are a partnership. And I feel like some of the doing this podcast, we've been doing this for 10 years, and I find that the pods, when we do like a husband and wife team, they're just, I don't know, there's something about, like, I work with my girlfriend, we've been together 14 years, so we have business, and she came up with this idea of the podcast together. So I feel like that people respond to us together really well. I'm seeing you guys, like, yeah, the couple thing is just like, it's cool to see, and I love seeing like that you both are so educated on beer, and that obviously, Andrea, you know so much about this, you have favorites, you're able to be the face of it and show people stuff at farmers markets and things like that. I just think that's like such an asset to the brand and to both of you working together, which means if you're sitting on the couch on a Saturday night drinking, and you'd be like, yo, what if we do, and that will turn into a conversation, because it doesn't matter, because business doesn't turn off. Yeah. And I think that's like, I love seeing, I kind of resonate with the way you guys are behaving right now, and I love it. I think it's like super cool, and I imagine people will, I find some of the best performing, like when we post the pods and there's like couples, I feel like people lose their shit. I don't know why, like the response online is so extremely positive, because I think just people see that and they're like, hey, that's like goals, that's like awesome that you guys are both doing your thing. Particularly, I resonate also with you guys because you're from somewhere else. You came to Canada just like me, and you know, you're doing your thing, and I'm really happy for you guys. I think it's just so cool, and that the fact that you're creating like products of this level. And the craziest part about it to me is that, like, and this is kind of the segue to my next line of questioning here, is the contract brewing, because typically contract brewing, I think, is a phenomenal way to get your brand into the market, to get everything going, to get the revenue flowing in, to get brand equity, to get people understanding what you do before moving into that next phase. And everyone's ultimate goal is typically to have a brick and mortar location. But I have never, in my time of doing this pod and drinking beer here in Canada, have drank craft beer of New England IPAs of this quality that are contract brewed. This is so exceptional. It's so out of the ordinary how good this shit is for someone who's not brewing it at their own location. So could we talk through the contracting? I imagine, my guess is that you're physically brewing the stuff at the place that you work at, and you're contracting out of there, which means you've got control over the product. So therefore it's really
I would say first, thank you, because that's pretty cool. Like what you're saying, it's 100% true. It's like, it can be difficult as contract brewer to like create something like what we're trying to create, and we are so glad that you are noticing that, because you know, it's a difficult trip. It's a difficult thingy, but one of the main things that we decided we wanted to do, it was like, okay, if we're doing that specifically, we need to have control, because most of the contract brewing nowadays, like I would say 90% of the time, you just make your recipe and give it to someone else to brew it, and the team, it can be a great beer, I'm not saying that, of course, it could be even better than they are brewing in the brewery. That sometimes happens because they put like so much care, because like, oh, okay, it's for someone else as well, like be careful, right? There's so many things, but we decided like, okay, we want to have the ability to do it ourselves, because there are some things in a specific during the process that we want to achieve. And as any like chef or whatever, they never tell you everything, right? So we are like, oh, there's things that we only going to tell if like we got a brewer in-house working for us in a way. And also we want to achieve that at the inconvenient, like, hey, we can do it here. I'm going to be able to brew it, cellar it, package it, and have all the quality control that we need to make the beer that we want to make, right?
Under quality control.
She's the best quality control.
No,
she's like raw. She's raw quality control. Yeah, it's like we get a new
I
beer.
bring him down. Everyone's saying, you brew great beer. I'm like, I think this head retention could be better, Miguel. You need to step it up, really. What are we doing here?
Come on, Miguel. What the fuck is going on?
We didn't move the whole I don't know, continent for this shit.
Yeah. We didn't come from Ecuador for this level of head retention.
Really, really good, actually.
No, that's awesome.
That's 100% because Andrea tries beers, and sometimes it has happened to me that when you give it to a friend that is a brewer, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's good, man. Keep it going." Even though it could be good, you don't know. But when like Andrea tries it, it's like, you know what? I feel this, I feel that, and then we can take us in this small team. We can consider those things and then bring it back into your next recipe and try to fix those little details that all the time can happen, right?
Circling back as well to the contract brewing situation, I think what I want to just highlight what Miguel said about having control, and it's not that we have control issues, maybe a little bit, but I think for us it was very important at this stage to have enough control, because we wanted we knew the way we wanted things. And you know when they say, why does your grandma cooking taste so good? And they say, oh, because it has some love in it. Yeah, and like, I feel this thing with changing colors. And I know it sounds silly because there's way more to it and way more training that Miguel has gone to it. But there's so much love in every beer that we put in. Like every beer that we put out, it's us in some way. It's because if there's a Nelson beer, it's because maybe we wanted to do some beer, you know what I mean? It's what we wanted to drink, and it has a lot of love and a lot of care in it. And the situation we are is very unique because it let us put a lot of one-on-one in the process. I feel very lucky to have that flexibility of contract brewing where Miguel works. Yeah.
Which was also like an interesting, funny story, because when I got the job, on my interview for the head brewer at this brewery, I was like, I love the brewery. It's a really good brewery. I like the equipment. It's like, it's good. So I was like, this is a good spot where I can probably do this in the future. And I was like fair with them. Like I just told them like, hey, I can do it, but I also like would like to do this in the future. Eventually. Took us like 8 months, but it's happening. And they've been open also, like supporting us, like, hey, as long as you are good, like just you can do your things, and like don't like, like I have to wiggle 2 things at a time, but that's fine because we have full control and we have what we want to do, and we got a lot of passion behind. And sometimes that's hard to get from someone that they don't know you and they don't know what you want at the end of the day. But eventually we will have someone where we can share those things and build up the team. And that's the idea, like building up a team of people that thinks the same, have the same passion and the same passion for quality and for making beer, like great beer. Yeah.
I love that, guys. Honestly, that is such a fantastic situation that you have. Like I lived in Montreal for 10 years, and in Quebec, if you were contracting from a brewery there and you didn't work there, you can't touch anything.
Oh, that's
at all. Too. That's there too. Okay, because I think in Ontario it's a little more flexible. So to have a situation where you work at the brewery where you're able to contract out of, that probably give you a better situation for whatever, all the financials, to make that happen, because they don't have to go and find the other people to fill up those additional tanks that they have spare, that you're already there. And then I don't know, I feel like it's like a win-win for the brewery, and they have a head brewer who's doing great work as well as doing their own thing. It's like, I don't know, I think it's like such a cool setup that you have that control. And I would argue that from my experience of talking to contract brewers, that is absolutely the minority of people. I can think of one other. I met a guy recently here in Ontario, in Hamilton, actually, where I live, who works at a brewery here, who contracts out of there. And his beer, he's doing like a dark lager, and he's at a brewery who does a lot of English style stuff, so they're very malt forward. So his beer is fantastic, and he gets to have full control over that, and he gets a good rate, and they treat him really well. And I was like, that was one of the first situations. This was like 2 months ago. I met this guy, and I'm like, yo, this is sick. So seeing what you guys are doing, it's basically the same deal, and I think that's it's so cool. It's just such a huge win for everybody, and it allows you to sort of have that, like, this beer, you can't let someone else have this control over it. Just it is what it is. I don't think you could contract with someone else making this. This has to be you guys doing
and
this.
I feel very fortunate as well because of that, because it's not very common that other people, it's open, like other breweries can be like that open to like, yeah, sure. So I feel that we've been like really fortunate. And at the end of the day, how life goes, if it needs to happen, it will happen, you know. So I think that's what's happening right now. It's like it had to happen, and it's happening in a way, and people is digging it somehow, and we're so like proud of it, at the same time fortunate that it's like, okay, just keep it going. And I feel that we're in a point where we can just go somewhere else and say, hey, this is what we do. People will be more open to it, you know, because as you know, like, we've been here for 6 years, and it's been a little bit of time to create that, you know, like, that people trust you, or that people like know you, blah, blah, blah. So I think once you showcase what you have in your head, sometimes for me it's so hard to communicate things, right? But once you show them, like, this is what we do,
it's easier to find opportunities. You already have
they are more open to understand what things, right? So yeah, we feel so fortunate of the situation we have right now as well. But yeah,
it's cool. I love it. I'm so happy for you guys. It's like, it's okay. To be honest, if I like Andrew, Miguel and I were talking off air, and Miguel met with my friend Andrew here, who is from Toronto, and he went to the CBAs in Vancouver, and they met. He owns a brewery called Big Fid. I'm not sure if you might have met him as well. Dude with a big beard. Of course, he's a brewery, he has big beard, and they, as they all tend to do. Except you, Miguel, which is great, which is nice. You're changing the game. Yeah, just freshly shaven. I love it.
But I was like, oh, the podcast. Yeah, I need to be.
I gotta be clean shaven for a beer. What was I going with that? I was saying that. Oh yeah, if he didn't tell me that, I swear that you guys only met very briefly, and I think it was him. Life is crazy. It's been a busy summer, as I imagine it's for you guys. I just forget who I'm talking to all the time, and I hear stuff and da-da-da. But I feel like it was him who told me that of your contracting situation, that you work for the brewery and you're able to brew it yourself. If he didn't tell me that, there is no world in which I wouldn't have thought that you have your own bricks and mortar, because of how you present yourself online. Your social is so exceptional. The photos are amazing. The descriptions, I was like, when people, I already seen you guys stuff, and then I saw one guy who I know here who was talking about. Then I saw another guy talk about it. I saw another person talk about it. I'm like, okay, so like, this is what I thought it was based on the social stuff, and it's so attractive to the audience that you're aiming at, which I feel like I am aggressively a part of. That wants this style of beer, and that you guys just present it so well. I'm just like, oh, okay, this all makes sense. That where's the brewery? That would have been, you know what I mean? If I came to Vancouver, I'd be like, cool, where do I go? I think that's really a testament to the fact that I've never ever in 10 years of doing this podcast that have seen somebody who doesn't own their own space making beer that is this level of quality, particularly in this style, which is damn near impossible to do. I've seen people do contract hazy IPAs and they are not like these. So I think this is just like such a testament to what you guys are doing and what you guys are building with this, and that fantastic arrangement that you have to be able to do it yourself. Because it shows that, okay, well, if you guys are doing it, then imagine when you get your own space and you don't have any restrictions whatsoever and you can just go balls to the wall. I just think it's so exceptional.
No balls on the wall.
Not on the wall.
No.
Yeah, you don't want to do all the way there. On the way to the wall. Yeah. That would be rough. But yeah, this is okay.
Oh, thank you, man. That's so awesome. Like your words are really, really great. I would say we are always brainstorming on how things will look in the future.
Yeah.
There are so many things. Like I think one of the main things that we will like, I mean, we have it on our heads and we are thinking on like near future, potentially opening a fully keep it brewery is not the thing that we are going to be doing like right away, but we are thinking on other options, like having a tap room or a satellite location, or somewhere where we can showcase other things aside with beer. One of those is food as well. We love food in different ways, and I think like we can really in the future maybe see changing colors combining a little bit of more like that pairing with food in a way, like in a very special way. So we always thinking on those things, and that's how the Astro satellite locations came out, because we're like, okay, we don't have a storefront, we don't have a brick and mortar, and people's like, where can I drink your beer? It's like, it's hard, right? Like go to the liquor stores. These are the liquor stores you can, but sometimes people want to drink it on tap.
Yeah, totally. And there's so many great spots in Vancouver, Metro Vancouver area that we wanted to give like this community that have opened their doors for us, just a space where they can taste our beers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's how the Astro locations came to it. We have 2 Astro locations for now. So I don't know if Miguel said that in the first part of the interview, that
not yet.
There are Astro locations. They have a permanent tap just for changing colors. So one of their permanent beers, we Astro Zombies, or double dry hazy IPAs that you guys tasted. One of our faves. Yeah.
Let's go.
And they get to cover like a pre-release.
Yeah.
On tap.
Yeah, they get all the pre-release of our beers on tap.
Sick.
So, for example, the beer that's releasing this Friday, I almost said the name, but I can't.
Well, you know what? This won't come out for 2 weeks, so you can say it.
Perfect. So the Generator, our double dry West Coast Bills, is already on tap in those locations, even though it's releasing this Friday. And that's great because they feel like they get this upper hand, and we feel that we have a place where we can showcase our beer as well. So we have 2 for now. That will be the Magnet and also Threefold.
I don't know if you heard about the Magnet, but the Magnet right now, I feel that it's like such a great spot, showcasing great breweries, great beers, and for us when they opened their doors, we were like so stoked. It was like, I can't believe we don't have the brick and mortar yet, but we're on top of the Magnet. Literally, I was thinking that.
Their tap list is so well curated. Like everything tastes so good, and we were so lucky to just pass the test. We're like,
and because
we were to leave our beers there, like to our samples. We're like, hopefully you like it. Here it is.
People behind is great.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a beer bar in Vancouver?
It's a beer bar in Vancouver, yeah.
Okay, I found it here, the magnet.ca. Okay. Oh, there we go. They've got Rise Above, which is the
So that's the latest.
sour.
That's the sour hoppy ale. And then
they go Astro.
Astro zombies as well. And they get to tap Generator pretty soon, probably whenever they run out the Rise Above.
Yeah, the cool thing about them is like they have, I mean, we've been selling in other spots as well on tap, but I don't know. Like I feel that we wanna like sometimes also like showcase our beer on these like really cool spots where the people that it's behind is really beer focused, which is, I think, like our beers are meant for that. At the same time, it's hard to put a Hoppy Ale 7.8% on a tap, like a regular tap on a restaurant, right? So it's cool to have these spaces with people with knowledge behind that will take care of their beer or of our beer or any brewery in a really nice way, you know.
Yeah, and also to showcase, cool. It's like when we pour, even if we are in the, I don't know, in a festival, in a really busy festival, I try to take the time to at least say a couple words about our beer. So I would say, this is this. You can feel the some XYZ note in nose, in flavor. If while I'm pouring the beer, like it doesn't have to be like a whole speech, but I feel that it just prepares you to the experience. It's part of it, and we love to have our beer in places that will do that, even if we're not there. And I feel that the Magnet and Threefold are great locations for that. Threefold as well. It's like awesome spot. We've been there so many times since they opened. I joke that I think I'm a regular already because
and that story is also like kind of cool because the first time I messaged the guys from Boombox,
one of the breweries,
because we didn't know each other, and I was like, hey, I know you guys do a little bit of hazy IPA. I want to bring some beers for you guys to try. And that's how we ended up, like when they were on construction, the Threefold. We ended up like having beers there, and then it was a long day of beers. And then eventually we come out with 2 collaborations with them that we did. Like we did a couple.
I literally think I went to the washroom. I came back and Miguel was like hugging them, and I'm like, oh, good Lord. Like,
okay, that's where we're at.
That's where we're going now. That's okay. But then,
but that was because like
that's a good day right there.
What was it? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I remember the exact moment because Kent and me, we were talking about Brewhouse in Portland, and we were talking about some of their beers, and we were like so well connected in like a few things that we were like yes, I like this, blah blah blah, and then we were hugging somehow. I don't know. But that's how we came out to do a couple collaborations, and it was nice, and that's what we want to do. Like if we do a collaboration, we want to like be a collaboration. We want to like actually, and it's been hard because we don't have the brick and mortar. So every time, sometimes we've been able to bring people to the brewery, which is also so cool. We bring Brassneck, we bring Boombox, we will bring Superflux as well at different breweries. But the way I imagine those things, whenever we get to have the brick and mortar, is like we just want to treat them so well, like make them like try all the beers from all those tanks, like I don't know,
so
give them
drunk.
food.
That's what you want, to get them drunk.
Get them lit.
Like actually collaborate in a way, like making that recipe, with pen and paper, like blah blah blah. So that's the way we want to collaborate and keep it that way.
We're very excited about the part of creating community, but sometimes it feels a bit difficult when you don't have a place to get together with your community. Totally. And that's where these places and locations
work really well.
Okay. So should we hit the next beer? And I want to talk about Threefold as well, because we did touch that on. Should we do church?
Oh,
actually, there's 2 more.
Well, you might have to open those ones because I don't think I have church here.
Okay, I have anti manifesto, and I have church.
We do
Yeah. Do you want to check? But I think, yeah.
We can do whichever, and even if we're doing different ones, we can all talk about all the different products, which is not a problem as well. Because
Yeah.
the more we talk about,
we can talk about those two if you want to open them. I'm totally okay with that too.
okay, whichever order you think is best. What do you guys have?
So right now I still have the skate, but I also have the new one, which we haven't released.
Oh, you know what? Because this will be out before then, so maybe
So-
you do that one, and I will do one of these.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I'll do
Which
that, yeah.
which should I do?
You have a skate. Why don't you do a skate first? Because we just did. Sorry, a church.
Church.
Because
Boom.
we just did a skate.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So you can like try a little bit of,
Compare them side by side.
right after. And this is the one with the priest. And,
Well, yes. So the print has like
The little color.
and then those was church. So there was the crosses on top of it. So that's where I draw my line. And I'm like, I want my mom to like discount to
not
Yeah.
be mad about it.
I think this feeling was more because of the Andrea's mom than which is fair. We all respect their moms.
Absolutely. Sometimes
there's law.
Yeah.
Yep. You do what you got to do for mama. I understand. I respect it.
100%,
I
yeah.
always respect mama. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. If that'll make her happy. But I think you hit a nice happy medium here. I feel like it's like gangster enough with the skeleton and the thing, but not and the little churchy thing in the background without being hitting anything that would upset,
Exactly.
the aunties, the grandma, the mama. Yeah. We don't want that. So whilst I'm cracking that, tell us about the one that you guys have, the brand new one.
Yeah, so I'm gonna crack this one up. This is Generator, and this one is a double dry hop West Coast Pilsner. And yours, I can talk about yours too.
We can talk about both. We can talk about all of them. I don't give a. Let's fucking talk about all of them.
Church.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is punchy, man. Oh, this is nice. This is very different. Yeah. Oh wow. You can, if you smell the. I was talking about
citrusy tropical
Woo!
pine.
Yes.
Mango there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, this is glorious. I was so excited. I was saying to Miguel earlier, Andrea, that I was like, I saw this on social. I don't know, whenever it came out, and I was like, oh, I hope our podcast's not too late to try these two. And we got there. Yeah, this is sick. This is so fun to try, like the difference between the two. And
it is. Imagine this is so fun for you, which like a lot of beer related things. For the consumer, this is like, whoa, this is so nice and cool. Yeah. Like for the regular guy, it's like awesome that like drinking beer.
That's the thing. Like it also needs to be talked about. Like sometimes we explain the consumer what they're experiencing, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I noticed it," and get them excited. That's the part that we really also want to do, is get them excited about the things that get us excited, so we can share the excitement. Yeah,
it's so important, and to talk about it and to let people on, like, craft beer often gets criticized by people like overanalyzing it or whatever, but it's kind of part of the fun. And it's not really overanalyzing. It's like talking about the differences. And if you don't talk about this stuff, you don't learn about it. And the learning about this is so such a big part of it. And particularly when so much thought has gone into a beer like this and a pair of beers like these. Like, this is how you teach people about beer. And then we're in this era where more and more people are being exposed to beer, but they might not know a lot about it, which is where you guys come in from, going to those farmers market. A farmers market is such a fantastic, obviously there's a bunch of those out here. They're probably bigger out there actually, because you guys are really like morning focused out west. I'm a late nighter here, but like I know everybody out west is like up at 6 a.m. and shit. But like that's like a great. Is that true?
Yeah, for a run.
It's 100% true.
Yeah, you guys are crazy. I respect it, but it's crazy. But it's like I think it's dope because you go to these places and you're meeting people where they are, where they're at, and you're bringing stuff like this to people that might not have been exposed to. And I feel like the West Coast, particularly like in Canada, in Vancouver specifically, where you guys are at, are like have always kind of been a bit ahead of the craft beer stuff. People have been into craft beer, arguably, I don't know for sure, maybe a little deeper than it had been out here, and the styles maybe didn't progress. You guys are probably we got more people out here who do this stuff than you guys out there have that do haze, would be my guess. So I think it's more important that you're out there talking to people, explaining what it is, showing the difference with these two beers. Say, hey, these are hops from down south and these are hops from New Zealand and these are the difference. I'm like, oh shit, okay, you know, and teaching people about that. I think it's just such a valuable asset to be, you know.
The good thing is that it's easy to get someone excited of something that excites you too, and I think that's the thing.
That's a good point. And you guys both have passion for it. You both are knowledgeable about it. You've been operating in beer in 2 countries, which I think is like, one, you can speak language of somebody else too. So if someone who speaks Spanish, which is a lot of people in the world, could come up.
Can too.
Cerveza.
I noticed. I was going to bring that up. That is gangster. I mean, yeah, I love that so much. I think that is like such a cool little addition that speaks to the authenticity of who you both are and what you represent with the brand. I think that's awesome, man.
That's cool.
It's so smart. When I went to Europe. In 2004, I lived in Canada. I'm from Australia. I went there and I traveled around Europe. I felt so dumb because everyone knew 2, 3, 4 languages and I didn't. So when I went back, I started learning Spanish. I learned from this like Chilean lady who I went to, Chilean teacher at a Argentinian cafe, because they had those like little chocolate things that you put at like a hot chocolate. You put the little discs and you mix it with milk, hot milk.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
To do hot chocolate.
To do a hot chocolate. So we were like learning at a cafe and stuff. And even now, the last maybe 2 years or so, I've been doing Duolingo again with Spanish and just like understanding, I'm just like appreciating it. It's like, it's cool to be able to speak you guys are from South America. So then if anybody from a Spanish speaking country can come through, you can talk to somebody in a way that they understand, because maybe if you're speaking English and explaining all this weird shit about hops and you can speak to them, and because you did it in Ecuador, so you have this like authenticity to you. You understand it. You own the beer bars that did that. And I think that is so important. We always talk about craft beer being white guys with beards, which is essentially my experience in Canada. My girlfriend's Jamaican, so she's always been the only one that's not a white guy in a brewery. So the more we travel in the States is a little better. But I feel like that if there's people who are from somewhere that isn't Canada, that isn't sort of the typical people who are into craft beer, you can talk to somebody on a different level and you'd be like, yo, this is what this shit is about. This isn't just for these fucking white dudes. Like, this is for all of us, meaning everyone in the world. It's for everybody. Beer is only going to survive if all the different cultures do that, because beer is for everyone. It's for every culture. It mixes with every food. It's yeah, you know, and I think that that's what you guys maybe unintentionally are providing that out there, as far as, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Never thought about it that way. Sure.
We have a non-profit called Link Up, where we have a deal with Cicerone, where we basically can we raise money and we give Cicerone scholarships to BIPOC individuals. We also have a scholarship at Niagara College here, at the brewing school.
That's
so
cool.
we have that because if people that we need to get more people into beer. It's just otherwise beer isn't going to survive, and it's really what it is. So personally, and my, like Billy's my girlfriend and I, we're very like passionate about. There's a few other partners in that as well, but we're very passionate about getting that, because that's what's going to make the difference between beer surviving and thriving.
That's so, and also, yeah, it's, I mean, we can see as well that, like, just like seeing your podcast and like all the effort and everything that you're doing, like for the scene, for the craft beer culture, for the folks that are working on this industry, it's just so cool and amazing. When I got your email for like just inviting us, I was like, hell yeah, of course I want to be there. Like, it looks so cool, like good quality. It looks great. So we are super glad to be here with you, and it's been like, like drinking a couple of beers and like chatting about life. That's pretty awesome. So I'm also super glad to have people like you bringing this energy to the industry. It's something that we definitely need. Like, you are in a way someone that is channeling all this passion that the brewers have to people, like, and that's so cool.
Appreciate you, man. Just trying to tell the stories, to give you guys a platform to tell the stories, because there's so many cool stories of people who decide to do it. And look what we discovered tonight. Like, you guys have a fascinating story. I've never encountered anything like this in 10 years. I think this is a genuinely interesting, unique story, and you're making a style of beer that is like, this is phenomenal, by the way, that is like speaking to a specific crowd of people in a region that isn't known for it, arguably. That's known, Vancouver's, BC is known for many other things, but not necessarily for haze. So there's I think it's so cool that it's coming out of there. And then you guys have this additional backstory that's so phenomenal, that sort of gives you this like richness to your knowledge and what you can offer. Like, when you guys get your place eventually, imagine, like, even if what you guys were talking about now, like with food, like just before we're talking about food, like, if you could pair this with, and maybe it's boring for you guys, but like traditional Ecuadorian food that is like, hey, like this dish goes with these different styles of beer, and you just really introduce it, and people are like, oh shit, I never thought about that. Like,
you're invited.
And some good old plantain, it's never boring. That's what I have to say about it.
Never boring. And beer goes with everything. This is the other thing, that what the point of Link Up was, that we're always like, well, regardless, name a culture, Indian, Jamaican, whatever, anything Caribbean, somewhere in Europe, like somewhere in Africa, in Asia, like there is a different style of beer that's going to pair with every single one of those dishes. This beer is arguably the most varied style of alcohol or beverage in the world, more than wine. So like, there's going to be a style of beer that's going to pair with any food, any cuisine, anywhere in the world.
Yes.
And that's the whole point. I feel like people don't know that, and they think of beer as yellow fizzy liquid, which is true because that's the most popular one. But there's so much more to that. There's nuance. And that's what you guys, the fact that you guys are Ecuadorian making A1 fire haze is so fucking crazy and so unique. When I say crazy, I mean that in the best possible way. Like, it's so unique and so cool, and you're both so into it and you understand it so well. I don't know. I think that's like, it's a beautiful thing. And that's really, I don't know. It's kind of why I get to discover all of this and talk to you both and do this. I think this is like so awesome. There's so much potential on what you guys are doing, what you're already doing. And then imagine even the things you aren't saying here, the plans that you have. Like, I love it. I love it so much. This is awesome.
Thank you so much.
That's
we appreciate a lot what you're saying. And I'm so curious. I'm here looking at you like drinking church, and I'm really curious about what you think.
So this is awesome. So you guys could probably talk to this more than I can, but this has, just to confirm, we're looking at Citra T90, Simcoe Hyperboost, and Citra Spectrum. So mostly Citra and the Simcoe. You go on the Hyperboost, so you go on the liquid product there.
Just
the nose
a little bit, but this is like a little, like a small, I would say a small little brother from the Metalheads, on like that kind of like approach, taking one hop and like trying to like work around it. So that's pretty much all Citra, except from Idaho 7 on the hot side. which is
Of course.
Yeah.
Because how could we do anything without that glorious Idaho 7? No, I love it.
Cinco, but Citra focused for sure. Yeah.
Okay. And this one, it's interesting because like when you think of New Zealand hop, you think of that real bright tropical stuff, and then you try this. I'm like, oh, this is like still bright and tropical and juicy.
Yeah, juicy.
All of those things.
A little bit more tropical fruits on this one as well. Mango, definitely some. I would say guava in a way, but it's mostly mango.
It reminds me a little
Mango
like orange juice. Orange,
yeah.
Very like OJ. Like not all of it, but
yeah. No, it's very citrusy. And it approaches a little bit more to like a little bit hazy IPA territory.
Okay.
But malt bill is different. Pale is a little bit different too.
But compared to Metalheads, that's in that skate.
Yeah.
Just
I mean like in general, like like the hops bring like different character to it that you can get more into that end, because usually hazy IPA tends to be very juicy, but this one still you have that greenness, like a little bit of bite.
You're so right. Yeah.
And ripe, and the whole mouth is covering with like that hop flavor, which is something that you want. That it's likely, I would say saturation on that end. Yeah.
Really, the greenness is, as soon as you said it, I don't know why I didn't pick it up, but as soon as you said it, I was like, yes, this is super green and like that hop bite, which I personally am I love it. I love it so much. This is such a wonderful counterpart to skate. I'm sorry, with with that hop bite, but it's still it's so cool to see them side by side, because maybe I just feel like there's almost like a bias towards New Zealand hops being that bright tropicalness, and this is delivering exactly that, just with, I would say the hop burn is definitely more aggressive here. The hop burps all night, like my nose is like loving it. It's just it's so aromatic. It's wonderful. This is and Simcoe was the other one with the hyper boost, so it was sort of like that more concentrated version of it, but you've got that body from the T90. So it's this is fantastic. The new one that you guys have there.
Yeah, so this is
the preview generator.
You can see
I'm very excited about this one. I think this was it's a collaboration.
It's a collaboration with brewers, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
No shade to the breweries. We love the breweries. But Miguel has worked as a brewer for so many years, and sometimes I feel brewers get a little bit overlooked. And we have friends that are brewers, and we're like, hey, let's do something with the brewers, to celebrate the brewers, and to
it's like a tribute for
it's like a tribute to get the brewer's name in the can. I don't know, you don't. Well, no, probably you don't have it. We just can it, so you don't have it. So you'll see the name of the brewers. I'll be with Connor Blanchard and with Justin Archer from Burnside. So Connor is the head brewer.
Lead brewer at Lupulo.
Yes, and Justin is.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
And Lupulo is so amazing.
Yeah, they're both breweries.
So amazing. Yeah.
Beer bar, or is that a brewery?
It's a brewery.
It's a brewery.
Brewery. Okay, I've heard people of like they do some sort of like lager event.
Yes, they are very lager focused.
Okay, gotcha.
We have more styles of it. Very lager focused. It's one of our favorites. Both they're really good. Yeah. So Connor and Justin have a really solid lager game. So we knew we wanted to collaborate something of that sort with them.
Yeah. So we're like, okay, we're brewing a lager next. We should make it with people that is making really good lagers in the city. So that's why we call
friends.
And
with
friends.
People that I think that was the the most important part of it.
Yeah.
Like having.
Yeah, Justin actually he also went to school, same school as me. He was there like a year or two earlier. So that's kind of cool. His partner works for Four Winds, which is pretty sick too. Both
I
are
have them.
brewers.
I know those guys. Yep, I had them on the pod. We got them on the pod in a couple of weeks. They're Brent and Adam, great dudes.
Yeah. So
hell
yeah,
yeah.
Emily, she's the lead brewer at the Four
Beach
Winds Beach House, their new location,
Okay, the one in Delta.
the one in Delta.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are friends too, and we were like, oh, let's
Yeah.
make a lager with these two awesome people.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to talk about this one?
Oh, you can.
Okay, yeah.
I just sold it.
It's a Timbo style Pilsner, meaning that it's a blend in between a West Coast IPA and the classic Pilsner. Sorry, Germans might be really upset about this, but
Don't be into it.
that's how things roll in North America right now.
In this side of the world, there's no way to stop.
And it's so good because like I love Pilsners and I love IPAs. Like having both in one thing is like really awesome. For this beer in specific, we use Citra Incognito.
That's
Oh yeah, hot side was Sass. So we brew it as a super traditional Pilsner. We use some Field 5 malt, which is from the island in Vancouver, like Vancouver Island. So good, like so good, and like incredible character for that malt. This is a beer that's way more malt focused, but of course, like you have all those hops there. So we work around having the punchiness of a West Coast IPA, but bringing some like woody, earthy, and more piney character into the aromatics. So this is Citra Incognito, which is keeping that punchy, citrusy. Laurel. Laurel is such an interesting hop. I don't know if you've tried it before but Laurel is so good. So this is Laurel Cryo and Citra Cryo as well. And Sass on the outside, but that was like super traditional Pilsner.
Gotcha.
Fermented super cold.
I love it.
Expanded, all natural carbonation. There's no it's all natural carbonation. And that's it. Yeah, it's killer. A nice beer for August. It's going to be so good.
And that comes out this Friday. So then by the time this pod will be out in like 2 weeks' time, it's definitely out. And you better find that around, my thing's screen froze. You better find that around the city.
Yes.
Sure.
Amazing.
Can just yesterday.
And
deliver today. That's why I wasn't here in the first part.
Love it. I respect it. You got to do it, guys. Do you mind if we take a quick pause for a second? I broke the seal, and the bathroom is calling just really quick, and then we'll get right back into it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes. All right. We won't be long. Cheers, guys. Okay, and we are back now. So, Generator, you guys have done. Have you guys done other lagers before? I imagine you have. This wasn't the first one.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. What's your sort of percentage makeup of the styles that you guys have done in the last year?
Let's say we've done
approximately.
Yeah. So we have around 70 projects, and we've done 3 lagers.
17. Yeah.
Yeah.
17 project, 3 lagers.
Yeah, which is So
that's pretty good, man.
A little bit more during the summer. We've been doing like every 2 weeks releasing one new beer, which is decent for like a project like that, like ours.
Yeah.
And we will keep it something like that until November-ish. But this is one of the lagers that we had planned, line up for in the forecast. And then we want to do more of them, but we want to focus as well on doing Hoppy ales. So let's say we've done a few, but not too much. We did one collaboration with Brasnek. That was cool. That was a killer. Super tasty. Turned out really well.
Repeater. Certainly was a repeater.
It was
Repeater. The name was Repeater.
So. The name was Repeater. And actually that was an idea from Nigel, which is Brasnek.
Okay.
Great guy. Lots of knowledge there, and he was like, "Yeah, let's do Repeater." Yeah, which is a name from a song as well.
Okay.
So we did that one. We did this One of our core brands, it's a lager too, the 4.2%. We are working on that one to make something different around it. I think we are also in the phase of like figuring out which beers we want to keep as core brands, or if we want to keep them, or if we want to keep core brands. We don't know yet. But there's definitely like Astro Zombies is definitely staying. New Wave is like kind of like getting into that new wave of people drinking that one. So we're just figuring out things. We're trying a bunch of different stuff, but most of the things we've done are heavily hopped. That's what we've done.
I think we're trying also to find our voice. It's like we do have a voice and we know what we like to drink, but as a brand, it's so interesting how it's been developing just in the past year that we've been. It's we've grown so much, and we now know more what we want to do and what we like for our brand than when we started. So we are kind of like in the process of refocusing on the cores, and that's the change that we need. That's the third lager that that was actually our first brew. It was a Hoppy lager. It's a Hoppy lager. I love it, but we give it a little bit more of an edge so it suits more in the personality of our brand right now. But yeah, so those are the three lagers that we brew. Being Generator, the third one. We love lagers. I don't know, we don't really know lagers, but no, but we also do love IPAs.
We do love lagers too. Actually, we did a collaboration with Boombox, and that was a West Coast IPA.
Hell yeah!
But we brew it as a modern West Coast IPA, and we ferment that with lager yeast. So, like people was drinking a West Coast IPA, but it was like a lager.
So it's kind of like IPL-ish?
Not really. It's just IPL tends to be more like lager focused. But that, like, I got that tip from a few breweries down in the States when I went there last year, I think. And there were a lot of West Coast IPAs brewed with like lager yeast, just at different temperatures. It was really interesting to see like the evolution. Like, I don't think that style in specific keeps being the same thing as like 5 years before, like, or 10 years before. So I just feel that brewers are using different processes, like in this case yeast, just to showcase something in specific. So you want that beer to be very hop forward and like showcase the hops way more. If you use the ale yeast, sometimes it's like you can have them there, but with lager yeast you get this blank canvas, right, where you can like pump them up a little bit more. So it's weird. I when I tried that one, I was like, so I'm drinking a lager or I'm drinking an ale. But it's fine because I feel we are shooting things the way we want. Like, we want people to feel more the hops, so I'm going to use these ingredients to like bring that up. So that was cool.
It's like Rise Above. Is it a sour? Is it a Hoppy ale? Who knows?
Yeah,
we don't even know. No,
true. Rise Above is our previous release, and that's a sour Hoppy ale. So it's not a sour beer, but it's not a Hoppy ale.
Is it like a sour IPA, like kind of Hudson Valley
stuff? It's something in between, but more Hoppy ale, dry hopping, and Hoppy ale, you would say, profile. So let's say you already had like the Metalheads. All my friends are Metalheads. That's Hoppy ale saturated. So we took that not fully all the way out, but like 70% of something like that, and blend that with like a sour. And then you have this something in between, which is like you got all the hops because like heavily hopped, and you have all these hops from like same New Zealand. We use a New Zealand combo on that one: Riwaka, Motueka, Nelson, and Rakau. Four hops, and then we sour it, and then we did organic blueberries and tart cherries for it.
Well. Yeah.
So it's not incredibly
Fire.
sour, but it's a little bit tart. It's tart, and you have all the hops on your face. So it turned out pretty well. I think that's the most experimental thing we've done so far. Yeah.
That's fire, man.
Yeah. And then, and those are like the 4 beers that are not either hazy IPAs or Hoppy ales.
Right.
All
The
the
3
rest-
lagers and then the
Yeah,
sour.
exactly. Well, anyway.
So then would you guys, and maybe you guys touched on this a little bit before, but like, would you create a lager for a flagship alongside Astro Zombies and New Wave?
We do have one, but we're still working around it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's a little bit more work, right? Like it's a little bit more like considerations.
That's the one that we are right now
rebranding. You would say
it. You can say rebranding.
Reworking it.
Reworking it. But it was our first release. It's called Needs Super Hop Lager, 4.2%. It's
it's still a hoppy lager.
It's still a hoppy lager. Yeah. We right now personally I think it's delicious. But we're thinking to try to rebrand it a little bit to make it closer to what we're doing right now.
That makes sense. I feel like that could be, I don't know, it makes so much sense for you guys. Like, whenever I would go to a brewery, say that I'm looking forward to go to because they make killer haze, they almost always have some sort of fire-ass lager or a couple of different lagers. And I'm like, it makes sense because I want to start off, like I went to Fiden's in Albany, and at first, like, all I had was a lager and then a pale ale, and then I got stuff to go. Then we went to Treehouse in Boston, and like on the way, so like I kind of felt a little like, oh man, I went to Fiden's and all I had was a pale ale and a lager on draft, but I had to drive and like I had to go somewhere else to have more beers. So I'm like, when I go,
killer lager.
Yeah, the lager was great, but I feel like it's like a perfect component to hazy IPAs. It's almost like there was a period where like all of the hazy IPA brewers just wanted to drink lagers, so then they started making incredible, lagers to add to the repertoire. So then now I know that any brewery that is like known for hazy IPAs is going to have some sort of great lager that is a great place to start, or at least whatever. I think it works perfect for the, oh my gosh, hiccups. For the repertoire of what you guys are doing. I think it's so fun, and even just adding that sour in is super cool, because I noticed that was like last week or the week before, right? It's pretty new.
2 weeks ago.
Almost 2 weeks ago. We can have for now. Yeah.
And then when I saw that, I was like, "Yo, sick! That's amazing!" Like that's a fun.
Lager is like, being in the lager game is important. Of course, we might not be like a lager focused brewery. That's not what we're focusing right now. But every now and then I like drinking lagers. I like a good pilsner. I like like a good Helles or even dark lagers that are great. So drinking something like that, I think it's just as good as drinking a hoppy ale. The cool thing about hoppy ale is that they are very drinkable too. So maybe we could experiment a little bit more on having like low ABV hoppy ales too, where we can cover a little bit of that ABV world of the lager, but with all the flavor and all the, aromatics and profile from a hoppy ale, which is a little bit difficult, but you can cover a little bit of that too. So yeah, we need to experiment. And there's so many things that we can do. It's crazy.
What else have you guys been considering to add to that kind of repertoire, being that you're known for the haze, but you've done a few lagers that have also been great, and now you've got this sour. Like, is there other styles that you've been interested in doing?
We have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of different in the forecast for this year. It's still 80% is going to be hoppy ales. But do you want to?
Yeah, I think we might do something like
something dark.
imperial stout.
That's
Go
totally on
go
brand.
hardcore on that end. Like just do like a really solid imperial stout, or just experiment with dark ales, and also like hoppy. So I would say we're on the hop forward game.
Yeah.
Even though it's like lager, dark ales, or hoppy ales.
Yeah. Everything will be double dry hop. You can be sure of it.
10%
Whatever
imperial stout.
it is. The sour will double. Yeah, we'll
Just
that
hopping
sour.
everything.
Yeah. Who needs the revenue?
Who needs revenue? Just throw it into hops. Who cares? Margins are 3%. Who gives a fuck? Just put it all into hops.
But you know what I
The
think?
burner. The burner's open.
Just throw it in there.
You know what I think it's interesting? It's now being kind of starting to be known as a hoppy ale brewery. It's like I don't know how we ended up this way. Like, no, I know that, but we just brew what we like to drink.
Yeah.
Like we don't even think about it that hard. Like we do, but we don't. You know what I mean? It's like the dark is tasty. Yeah, we should do a dark one. Yeah, and literally that's probably it. That hop is super yummy, and it will be so cool to experiment with that. Yeah, that will be so cool. Of course, putting into very simple words, but because Miguel does another completely different job behind it, a huge job behind it after all those conversations happened. But it's just that. So yeah, we probably have a dark over there.
Yeah,
lager.
we don't really overthink it too much.
Yeah.
As long as it's, I would say, in brand, and it's something we want to do, we just do it. And if it's like something what we don't know exactly how it's gonna turn out, we can risk it, but we will never put a bad beer out there. So let's say sour hoppy ale. Let's see how it goes. If we like it, we package it. If not, then we're fucked. But but because it's a big experiment, it's like,
man.
And it's also a blend of like different things that like we were like, we are not sure how exactly it's gonna work out. When you brew a solid pilsner, like, okay, I know that it will turn out well.
The recipe for success is this one. You just need to follow it, and it'll be cool.
Yeah, but sometimes we just step away from that a little bit, and I think that's fun too. That keeps it like fun and interesting, and that's how things come up. Like that's how Hazy IPA turned out. That's how all these beer styles come out. Like someone randomly trying things and say, "Oh, this is actually kind of cool. I want to repeat that," and then people likes it, and then
I think
that's cool.
And I think for us, it's part of keep doing what we love to do without making it be boring and keeping it fun for ourselves as well. It's very important for us and sometimes with all this gets stressful because business and beer and sales sometimes it's stressful. We just like he always tells me like we're doing this because we love it. You should be having fun. And I'm like so pissed. I'm like, I'm not having fun. Yeah, you're right. We should be having fun right now.
That's the idea at this point. At this point, that with our brewery and our business, like if we are over stressing ourselves, there's always going to be stress. But if we are over stressing ourselves, or we're having problems, or something doesn't feel good, there's no point in doing it, because we have like if we want to do that, then we go back to our jobs and we do it. Like
we just do a regular job.
We do a regular job, but that's not what we do. So if we are not feeling good with something, we just stop doing it. And that's the way we also work with like even like other clients or whatever. If we don't feel that it's a good thing, we just don't do it. Even though we can lose a sale, even though we don't have that tap over there or whatever, if we don't like that connection, we just don't sell it, don't do it, because we do it because it's a different thing, and that's what we try to focus on, even though it could be a lot of responsibility too at the same time, but that's fine. I think it's more like just keep it running, and keep having fun. If you are not having fun, then you're not good, not in a good position. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more, man. You guys saying that is so important. Like, you have to stick with your gut as far as every single part of it, whether it's like, oh, that beer store is not going to refrigerate my stuff, or this place is not going to really pour my beer properly, or I don't want to do this, or we don't want to do this style. I just think that's like, of all, once again, 10 years doing this, talking to a lot of people, the best breweries just do what they want to do. And if you two are like the way you just both described it, I'm like, perfect. Like, hey, we should try this. Fuck yeah, let's try it. And but that's what it is, right? Because the brands, even if you think about all your favorite brands, it's everyone doing exactly that. Everybody. Whether it's like the larger ones, Treehouse, Trillium, fucking Fidens, and Other Half, and all the things we're talking, whatever, Great Notion, and all the people out West Monkish, or if it's all the folks locally in Vancouver out here, whatever, it's that's what I'm seeing, and I imagine that's what you guys are both seeing in the industry as well. You meet people and they're just doing what they think is cool. Mm-hmm. Whenever you have to do something that doesn't resonate, it's not, you're not convinced yourself, and people will see that, and that, I think that just goes for any industry, anytime, anywhere. And I think that's really smart for you guys. Like, cool, you're gonna do a stout, cool, do it your way. If you got a fun, crazy idea, do it that way. If you're gonna do a straight up stout, cool, do it that way. You're gonna do barrel aged stout, cool, do it that way. It doesn't matter. Like, do whatever makes sense for you guys. And for this brand, I think the obvious things that make sense, the lagers. Now you've done the sour like a couple weeks ago. Beautiful. You could do more of those. Some sort of a stout, whatever that stout looks like, whether it's a dark lager, whether it's a 10% just straight up stout, whether you get a barrel at the place and you can barrel age, whether you do a collaboration it's barrel aged, or whether you adjunct a regular stout, whatever, that feels like it. All of that feels like it fits the brand. So as long as you guys are happy and it feels right to you, then I think that's the way to go. You just have to keep going with your gut. It's the only way to go, man.
That's right.
Totally.
Yeah.
Right. 100%. Yeah, I agree with you and everything. Everything you said. I think that's the way to do things. And yeah, I mean, I would love to expand our portfolio of beers in the future, and having an option for like anyone coming to our place and they've been able to like drink in a really solid lager, as long as it's good beer. That's good. Like, it needs to be good. So I don't really mind if it's like a Hoppy ale or a lager or like a barrel aged, but if it's good beer, that's the point. So we want to get known because of that too, because quality wise, the things that we do, passion, and we want that people, whenever they get a can of ours and they try it, it's good and they like it. So they get to that point, is like, whatever that I get from these guys, I know that it's going to be solid. And we know that it's so hard getting there, but that's what we want to achieve in a way, Yeah.
Totally.
And on that, when you're saying so hard getting there, and that's a great point, because my first thought was when everyone was talking about you guys, I'm like, fuck, like, getting BC beer is not easy unless you know somebody who can get it or whatever. Like, it's not the easiest thing. Yeah, for sure. It's
literally
prohibition. What, like BC beer?
Well, BC, like, just getting beer from somewhere different, and generally speaking, is a little tough unless you know somebody. But with all of this talk, and who knows, it's just talk. Last I heard was that the provincial trade barriers should be down around spring next year, which is such a long time. I couldn't agree more. It's so long. It seems ridiculous, but we've talked about this with multiple different breweries in different provinces and different places. The general consensus is mixed. Like, I haven't really seen anyone. I couldn't say. Everyone seems really optimistic about it. Like, I feel like some people care, some people don't give any fucks whatsoever. how do you guys, from a BC, you guys are the first BC brewery that we've talked to about this. So if the federal government, is able to remove these trade barriers, and that Changing Colors is able to sell to a consumer in Halifax or Montreal or Toronto or Saskatoon or Manitoba, like how do you feel about that? Are you excited about that, or does it not matter? Like, what's your general take on it?
Um, Most definitely, yes, because it's not only new consumers, which means like getting our products other places, but it also, I think it would help a lot, probably financially to the breweries, but also to just to see our beers reaching other places. It's very fulfilling. But I think it's needed. It's just putting so many barriers to small businesses or to craft breweries. It doesn't help. It makes them have very little handle of where to move around. And I know we're very young. We haven't felt it that much, but there's a lot of breweries that have been here for years and they struggle not being able to move their beers freely to others.
I agree on that. What you're saying is like it can be really beneficial financially for breweries in a way. That's the way I see it, but it all depends on the concept and the brewery, because not every brewery has the ability to ship beer so far, and keep it like in really good conditions. Sometimes it depends. So let's say, I don't know, let's say I ship beer from BC to another province and I have no idea how it's stored. I have no idea if the truck, will be on the sun for like hours or days. Yeah, I have no idea. So um, on that end, I think it's an opportunity for other business in the industry to pop up. And in our case, in specific, for example, we're working with a company that distributes beer in Alberta. So we already sell our beer in Alberta.
Amazing.
But we know that these guys, they took care of, they think in a very similar way of how we think.
Totally.
So we know that they are going to take care of the product, So on that end, even though we can't be 100% convinced or like sure how it's going to be, we know that they're going to be reaching to specific places where our beer is going to be handled well, Yeah. But if you like ask that to a bigger brewery, which is doing like more than 15,000 hectoliters a year or more, those guys, they just want to ship their flagship lager, right? And for them to have their lager here on the island or like on Nova Scotia, it's better for their business, right? So I feel it depends on the concept of the brewery, and I feel that it will be good for level up the like pretty much how breweries, whatever breweries put out, because we will have really good breweries from the East Coast, and you guys will have really good breweries from the West Coast, and then it's gonna be like so it will level up, bring the bar up, which is always good. That's great, and then will give people the ability to drink different beers, but we have to be really careful on how that beer is getting treated. Yeah, you don't want to like I don't want to send my beer to Nova Scotia and then just because I'm selling beer and then they drink it there and they don't like it,
Because it's not well stored.
because and even and then you
Or it's
have
not
like really
fresh.
good breweries there doing hoppy ales that they could like just like drink really good hoppy ales, and then they just waste $20 buying a 4-pack from us instead of buying the local beer there. So that's my point of view. I think it's like it will be great because other businesses can pop up, but there's some restrictions there somehow. I feel it's gonna be great
It's beneficial.
it's beneficial in general, not only for our industry, but like man, what are we doing? It's one country. It's like we should be like
Thank you.
Like it's harder for BC to bring things in sometimes that like Alberta or like Manitoba. BC is really strict on like a lot of alcohol related.
Totally.
So is Ontario. It's crazy. Someone told me the other day that Alberta is the most freest market in Canada as far as liquor, which is why they have everything.
Yeah.
Which is sick. So I'm hoping exactly what you guys said, man, that's perfect. I just feel like it's like if I'm here in Ontario and I want to order some changing colors and I want it fresh and I want it cold chain shipped, I should be able to get it done. I should be able to get it at a reasonable price to me, the consumer, but to you, the brewery, you should be able to make your money. And then I should be able to get this beer and I should be able to be like, fuck, this is amazing. I need to get to Vancouver and this is going to encourage me out here in Hamilton, Toronto, whatever, to be able to want to get out there because I'm like, obviously I already do. I've been out there 21 years ago and I haven't been since. And I loved Vancouver so much. It was such a beautiful place. It was such a wonderful experience. And I've told my girlfriend's from here, so she hasn't been out there yet. And we've been talking about it a lot, but it was just like such an awesome experience. And everyone should be able to get to experience you guys should be able to order as Miguel and Andrea should be able to order beer from Halifax or Toronto or Winnipeg or fucking St. John's, New Brunswick or whatever, and get that fresh and just be able to, oh, sick, this is what my country has. Cool. I should travel out there.
Yeah.
And look at all the
Totally.
the benefits that the US have. They have all of these massive breweries and you can get that almost anywhere in the country. Imagine if Canada could do the same.
For the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
They do have their restrictions. I have a post office box in Lewiston, New York, which is right over the border. And there are so many breweries that do not ship to New York State. You'd be mind blown. So we used to live in Montreal. Montreal's right above Vermont. During COVID, I had a mate. I got a bunch of mates and friends in Vermont, and we ordered from The Vale. We ordered from Trillium. They shipped them to his house. He split the order and then got them to me in Montreal. In New York, I can order from barely anybody, only within New York State and my favorite brewery, which is Burial in North Carolina.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but Burial introduced New York last summer as like a new place. So I've done a bunch of Burial orders because nowhere fucking else will ship to New York State. So even within America, which is arguably a little more freer trade than in Canada, it's still not great.
Very interesting, yeah.
And I'm like, I've spoken to people say a brewery in Montreal was like, well, cool. If you open it all up, like it's every consumer that instead would buy from me in Montreal will now order from somewhere else. It's not going to create more consumers.
Yeah.
That was his theory. That remains to be seen because we don't know yet. But it's almost like, I don't know. I just think that's like, because it could encourage travel on every single part. Like people aren't even thinking about like the local, if you're a brewery in Toronto and you're like, oh yeah, like cool. So some people in Vancouver are going to order from me, but then the next person in Toronto is going to order from somewhere else. But then maybe that person from Vancouver would have ordered from 3 breweries in Toronto and they'd be like, yo, this is sick. We should go out there. Then they'll actually travel out there and they'll spend some time and they'll go visit them. And then they're going to be advocates for that brewery and vice versa. And that applies to everywhere. And I just feel like, I don't know, it should just be free trade. Alcohol is suffering from 100-year-old legislation from prohibition in the 30s and the 20s. Why are we still dealing with laws from over 100 years ago to control our alcohol when I can order marijuana in the mail anytime I like?
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's just so crazy. And then you guys are the perfect face. You guys are a young couple who are brewery owners who would benefit from this open border thing. And I'm just like, I don't like seeing, if people are going to put their money, their reputation on the line to do a business like you guys are, which is such a phenomenal business, why would any sane country restrict the success of that business to be like, just let them fucking live, bro? Like, cool, you want to ship to anywhere someone wants to buy your stuff because that's how much of a reputation you have. If there's people out here in Ontario like me who are excited about changing colors,
can you believe those breweries? Sorry,
go on.
Yes. Yeah. Can you believe there's breweries shipping to Japan from Vancouver, but not shipping to Nova Scotia or like to Montreal?
That's kind of ridiculous.
I can believe it because I know it here. I've had breweries here who are my friends who are like asking me about Australia because Australia does the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, cool, can I get some Vancouver beer here? Like, y'all are shipping that here. Like, the Australians get some great. I'm jealous. That's where I'm from. I see what they get. I've been out there when they have got some stuff. It's very expensive, but they cold chain ship it. So like they get other half and they have these cold planes that ship the kegs and the cans all the way out. Those cans that are like maybe $6 US are like $20 Australian, $25 for one can. It's crazy. But that's what you get to fly that far across the world, and that's probably not too different in Japan, in China, in anywhere else in Asia that's importing all the Canadian beer, because I've heard that a lot of people are doing that. But like, just let the Canadians experience each other's products. I don't know. It's very frustrating, and I'm just a consumer. So from you guys' perspective, it's just it's backwards and it just seems silly.
Outdated, totally
outdated, and just like you guys are trying to make money off every little thing. Like, in this economy, when beer is tough, when everything is tough, just let people make the money that's available. Like, don't restrict it. And hopefully it's coming, but it's just it's like, it's offensive. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, and look, the three of us aren't from here, so maybe it's interesting that the three of us aren't from Canada talking about this. I don't know what it's like in Ecuador and Australia. It's not very.
No, but it's fair. It's fair. We also like live, work here, and do business here, and like.
Yeah, right. You guys are doing that. You hustling.
The struggle of a small business. It just feels like there's so much that the government can do to help. And know that the economy of the country is probably based on these small businesses that pop up. Like, if they succeed, everyone succeeds. So
couldn't agree more. Well done. If one succeeds, everyone succeeds, and that's really what it is. Like, just help people succeed. And in beer, it's like it's harder than ever. So it's more just like, when you actually look. I remember during COVID when I was in Montreal, like, the laws that govern Quebec were from 1928. So nearly 100-year-old prohibitionist laws were stopping Quebec from doing all the things that they do. I'm like, has anyone been like, yo, like, this is a little old, guys. Should we just like change this? Could we just like change it? So it takes the tariffs to make them change the internal thing. It's very like, look, better late than never, but come on, man. Like, come on. Yeah. Like, why do you hate it? Anyway, all of that to say, there's one last beer. We should do this last beer, huh? Because I know I kept you guys for 3.5 hours. I told you.
Which is the last beer?
Manifesto.
Nice. Okay, sounds good.
The IPA.
And this is 6.6. Are you guys Metalheads?
Why is that?
If you're Metalheads,
well, because of this and because of this. So my friend, are you Metalheads?
We like metal too. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with the band Cryptopsy?
Cryptopsy, no.
Yes. No. Okay. So funnily enough, my friend Matt is the singer of this band Cryptopsy in Montreal. They're like one of the biggest metal bands in Canada. And I met him because he had a craft beer podcast. I don't listen to metal, so sort of, but like not really. So I was like, I don't know who the fuck. And like, these guys killers tour the world. Like they toured Saudi Arabia before Metallica did. They got in there before Metallica got in there.
That's so awesome.
So like he has a craft beer podcast,
Yeah.
Vox and Hop. So every time I see anything to do with metal, a lot of people tend to know Cryptopsy. It's like that, like kind of death metal-y. I don't know what you call it, but
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I
so
mean,
he would love 6.66%. He would fucking love that. Love that.
That's a little detail there.
It's beautiful. So tell us about Anti-Manifesto.
Anti-Manifesto. This one is a hazy IPA.
Okay. So not hoppy ale, hazy
it's not
IPA.
A hoppy ale. You get more golden, golden orange.
You're right.
Color. Mouthfeel wise, I would say more fluffy.
Oof, dank as fuck.
Yeah.
So much citrus. Yes.
And also we are using a lot of not a lot, but like we're using hop oils on this one just to amp it up. Yeah.
What are we saying? Which hop oils?
So we have. I'll tell you the hops first.
Okay.
So the hops are Nelson Sauvin from Freestyle.
That's for Andrea right there.
Use Sabro.
Mm-hmm.
Sabro is an interesting hop because there's people that don't like it and people that like it, but I think it works really well on this recipe.
Okay.
Inco Cryo, which is one of my favorite hops, and then Riwaka Amplifier hop oil from Clayton Hops.
Okay.
The hop oil, of course, is added at the end of the process. That's how it works. For us, heavily dry hopped, not as heavily as hoppy ale.
Okay.
But this should have around like 25 grams per liter, 22 grams per liter.
ABV.
Really solid. Yeah, you can see all the like roundness from the Sabro, some coconut there, and it goes well with the Nelson Sauvin, which is like where like a more wild hop character. So that's pretty well. I like it. You got all the citrusy from the Simcoe as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a combination of, that's what we've been doing too, like combination of New Zealand hops and American hops. Yeah.
This works. I like this amplified hazy IPA. I love that.
Yes.
When was this one from?
When?
Yeah, there's no date stamp.
No date? That might be a little. When it was the good question, but that was.
Am I wrong?
Like 4 weeks? No more.
The
4 weeks
was before then.
Yeah,
just before it was the release before Rise Above, so you should have been probably 2 weeks before, so maybe 4 weeks.
Oh wow! Okay, so it's hella fresh.
Yeah, it should be fresh. June 27 was the release, actually.
Oh,
so
just a month.
Yeah,
just hitting a month.
So one has been canned a couple of days before.
Yeah, we usually the way we work around that. You remember I told you we tell people just to drink it right away because we release the beer when it's ready. We package it. We package the beer, deliver the next day, and it's in the shelves by Friday. So we usually package on Tuesday, deliver Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday it's already there. So it's super fresh, and we try to keep it that way. All the small batches, but yeah, it's kind of cool.
That means the Church and Skate was a bit older.
Yeah, Church and Skate was probably like 2 weeks even before this one. Yes.
That makes sense because I remember seeing that like very, very specifically on social. I got a feeling that might have even been why I reached out. I saw that. I'm like, I gotta fucking talk to these guys. Like, this is crazy. It was just super cool.
I think Manifesto did pretty well too. I like how it turned out. Yeah.
Honestly, they were phenomenal. Both of them were so good. Like, I crushed them. I'm looking at how many empty glasses I have here. This is dangerous.
I'm on the same spot. It's like,
Literally everything is empty except for because this was nearly 8%, so I left that much.
Yeah.
Every everything else is like empty. There's
If you have to choose one of them, like favorite for the
okay.
night.
Do you know what's strange? Probably church. And it could be recency bias. Church was so good, and I expected to love skate even more because there's my vibes. The New Zealand hops way more. You guys really made church work super well. Look, obviously the two crushes, like I really love New Wave. I really felt like New Wave was such a fantastic beer, and Astro Zombies was something that I could crush every session, and you don't even have to worry about it. You just get that and you smash it. These were all markedly different IPAs. By the way, I really love the gold. The gold is classy. Classy as fuck. These are all fantastic. They're all so different, and this is kind of what we were saying earlier. Anybody who tries to criticize like breweries who make a lot of hazy IPAs that they're all the same, I'm like, Doug, try them. They're not. They're just not. I've never seen a brewery that makes hazy IPAs where they're all the fucking same. So I think it's just a lot of ignorance, and this was really cool for me to see. We did. I guess one of them was kind of more American. Everything else was along the haze train. It's so good, man. It's so good, guys.
That's awesome.
It's so funny that it has been church. This is what I told you. You know what?
You can't call it
psychological test of your personality if you like more church or you like more skate. Because I swear to God, it just some people just like more one of the hops. Some people like it's like what color do you like? Oh yeah, I like New Zealand hops color. I don't know.
Yeah. Look, maybe if I had 2 ounces side by side and you're like going, maybe it might be different, but
it's good.
It surprised me more because I thought I would like the New Zealand hops significantly more, as in to the point where it's not even a question. But I think that's great because you use the Pacific Northwest hops in a way that really showcase what they do. This is really cool, man. I really feel like I got to understand what it is that you guys do and the different approach to haze. And it's beautiful to see haze from the West Coast because there's not that many. There's Boombox, like you guys talked about, the Superflux. There's not, Four Winds does a little bit, but not really. So it's like, it's really cool to see high quality, God tier New England IPAs coming from BC. It makes me very, very happy that you guys just exist. And I think it's even cooler that you're not from Canada, that you have this history with opening beer bars in South America and you're from there and you come here and you're doing this stuff. I just think it's like dope as fuck, man. Like you guys are, and that you're a couple. I don't know. I just think everything about it is so cool. And then the branding. By the way, I didn't even ask, where's the name come from?
Ooh. We were just looking for names, chatting. We had a few options, and then actually the name reflects a little bit of this journey.
Okay.
What we've been going through and done for the last 6 years since we moved, and pretty much drop everything that we had, like our jobs, our friends, our businesses, everything, to like just changing color. So it's like seeing life as a spectrum of different colors, and we're like, yeah, that's how it is. Like every time, like you have like blue days, and then you have green days or whatever, and then eventually, I don't even remember how, but like philosophically, we were like chatting, and then we end up with like, it's like life always like giving you different colors.
Smoke them a joint. I don't know. But it was. Have you heard about you never cross the same river twice because you're not the same, and
you're not the same. The river's not the same.
Exactly. So it's something of that, and what Miguel just said. We have gone through many different stages of our lives. It's not the brewery we remember. It's not like I have amnesia of my life in Ecuador, but it just seems so far away now, and so far away since when we arrive and where our life is right now, and it feels like seasons, like the seasons of the year, but in our lives. And it was just so pretty thinking about it that way. And we're like, yeah, just let's go changing colors. And
Yeah,
that's it.
it's like seeing life through these like different moments that happen in life, and each moment is like a different color depending who you are or what you're doing, and that's how we end up. That's pretty much it.
So there is, but there's always the person who comes up and says, so that means this beer changes color, right? And I always answer, depends.
We are not there yet.
No, it depends how many you drink.
You drink. That's a great answer.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, okay. Let me get 6 of those then. People are crazy. That makes complete sense. I love it. I think it's just so cool what you guys are doing, man. Congrats on everything. I think it's just so dope. And like the beer is so good. It's like when you see something, okay, like you can imagine like someone seeing your brand for the first time. You see it online. You guys have such beautiful social media, like the photography. Do you guys do that yourself? Everything's the two of you?
Here's the photographer here.
Doug, fire. And
Thanks.
I own a social media agency. I've been in social media for nearly 20 years. So seeing a brewery, because beer tends to not be as forward thinking with social media. I love seeing a brewery, particularly doing what you do. Like the styles that you guys do will not withstand shit social media. So your stuff has to be fire, and it is fire. And I'm looking at it, and I am like, I want that beer so fucking bad. Honestly, part of all of that was everyone else gassing it up around me, and I'm just like, I have to reach out. Like I have to just say hi to these guys and just like I hope they're cool and be down. I appreciate you both so very much, and the brand absolutely lived up to everything I saw online, and I think that is just like.
You're so nice.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. Like, that also that makes me a lot of like, I have a lot of feelings right now because it's kind of cool to like listen to you, someone with like so much experience and like talking with like so many different
drinking
breweries
beer,
and drinking beer too, like from like really like solid breweries from like all over, and like just hearing your comments, that's I don't know, like fuel to us for like keep going. So that's so cool. We really thank you so much for everything, like your time, the invitation. We're so stoked that you're stoked. And that's so cool, man. Like hopefully we can share a beer in person someday.
I would love to.
If you ever come to Vancouver, please feel free to reach out to us. We will take you for a tour. We will do things. If we already have a brewery, then we will bring you to the brewery.
Let's go.
Yeah. If not, we'll take you to other breweries.
To everywhere else. No, it's you guys are awesome. You guys are really an asset, I think, to the West Coast. I feel like what you guys are doing is more important than you realize. I think to that. I just think it's so beautiful from many different angles. From whether it's the haze out there, from being from somewhere else who have come to Canada. You're a success story, an immigrant success story that I very much relate to. I'm an immigrant. You come to somewhere new. I know what it's like for it to be difficult to you. Like what is happening? Why does it work this way? And like. It's a strange thing, and to see you guys navigate the beer world, which is fucking crazy, and it's so difficult, it's so complex, and you've been able to do it, and you've been strong together as a couple. I can see you guys clearly as strong. It's just, I don't know, you guys just make me happy, man. I just think it's a beautiful thing. What you guys represent and everything in beer is exactly what I want to see more of. It's congrats on everything. This is genuinely fantastic stuff. I'd love to let's do the pod like once a year type shit. If there's anything that we could ever amplify.
Let's do that. That will be fun. Like just I'll bring all the projects for.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just talk about what we're doing. Let's have you both. Let's all hang out. Like I'd like if we my girlfriend and I've been talking about coming to Vancouver a lot. So if we do, I'll let you know. If you guys ever come out here for anything, if there's any like what I have been seeing, and I'm saying this selfishly to hopefully see you guys out here. There's the Ontario, just like there's, I'm not sure what the BC one is called, but the Ontario Craft Brewers thing out here. What's the BC one called?
BC Guild.
BC Guild. Okay, so the Ontario one is out here in like November, I think. There are sometimes I saw Brent and Matt and Adam from Four Winds last year or the year before at the one out here, because it coincided with the Canada Beer Cup as well, because they entered some beer into that and stuff. So like and I've seen some friends come out from Quebec to the one out here and different things like that. So I feel like there might be some benefit for you guys to make your way out. And once again, just like you were very kind to extend that, if you guys come out, I'll fucking take you guys everywhere. Like, we'll introduce you to everyone you need to know.
We have been like talking last year. Was last year that it was?
Let's go.
Hamilton.
I've been there once.
I've never been. You know that I've never been out of BC. Well, sorry, I'm lying. Once we did a collaboration with Catherine, and I went to Calgary. But then Miguel has been all around Canada. That's just not fair.
Well, I feel like it is not fair.
Hamilton, but I didn't know you.
That is true.
We both will be there.
That would be amazing.
Including me. I appreciate
Yes, you both need to be here and represent the brand and come through. I cannot express how many people would be very excited to meet you out here. I feel like you guys would be. When I think of BC Haze, I think of Superflux and Boombox, and I think that you guys are the next ones to be to be highly regarded, and people would be so excited to meet you out here. There'd be like collabs at the arse, and it would just be such a I feel like a valuable trip. And if you look at it in the context of stripping these trade barriers, like for all breweries going either way, like I feel like there's more value of everyone to be everywhere, to just be show face, meet some people, see what's going on. I don't know. I just think it's I think it's a time, and I feel like there's people out here will be so excited with what you're doing, because in this world of New England IPAs and everything, that when there's someone new on the scene that's like that's killing it, and you're like, oh shit, this is sick. That's just, it's exciting, and it's what people really want to see. And you guys are in like such a fantastic space with this right now, with your branding, with the quality of the beers, with the hype and the excitement that you've generated from over there that maybe you don't even realize that you have, which is the beauty of all of this, that you just like, oh, people all over there give a fuck about what we're doing over here in Vancouver. Like, I imagine that's how I would feel if I was you guys. So I don't know.
That's pretty much it. Right. That's all right.
Yeah.
It's cool. You guys are doing great stuff, and I appreciate you both immensely for taking the time to talk for nearly 4 hours.
It's been great. Next time will be 5.
Thank you.
We're gonna do 5. We're gonna do 5 next hour.
We don't know. Depending on how many beers we'll have.
We could start earlier, bro. I don't give a fuck. Let's do it.
I wasn't prepared for like 4 hours, so that like next time I'll bring more beers.
Yeah.
Beers is in Chinese to damn 5 hours.
Yeah, maybe we need to get an order. We need to order Uber Eats to schedule. Maybe we could sync it up when we get the same thing.
That would be so fun. Just having the beers and then just like pairing it.
There you go.
And if we could pre-arrange the pairing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So this is how we create our ideas. We're just randomly sitting there and we're like, yeah.
Yo, I feel like that could be some shit.
Yeah.
We've never done that before, by the way, so I feel like we could do that.
We have tips.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna happen. It's on. Guys, this is amazing. I appreciate you both immensely. You guys are super cool. Please stick around. We'll wrap up the pod here. We'll finish up off air. But where can everybody find Changing Colors online and all the information they need to know?
Sure. I would say, well, thank you first. It's been a great time. Like, I thought it was a little bit less time, but like no,
Sorry,
I mean like, in my brain, I
sorry about the 4
Okay,
hours.
you didn't feel this 4 hours. That's what you're trying to say, right? Okay,
yeah, that's what I was trying.
it felt like one.
Looking crazy.
It goes quick.
The tops.
No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Andrea.
No, thank you very much. It's been great. Great to meet you too. We're so glad with your comments. The way you just talk to us is like, I don't know, it's like just natural. So you've been able to pull out from us something way more different than a regular like interview or whatever, and that's kind of cool because that's what we like, and that's how we've been like dealing and doing this business and like trying to like go forward. So that's pretty sick, being able to touch a little bit over there where like it's not normal. So that's kind of cool, making friends like that. Thank you for that. And if people wants to find our beer on social media, we are on Changing Colors on Instagram, sorry, as Changing Colors Beer, and also the website. We put all the information there. All our beers are there. We try to keep it updated. It's changingcolorsbeer.com, and that's
Changing
pretty
Colors
much
Brewing
it.
project was too long. Imagine www.changingcolorsbrewingproject.com.
Yeah.
That would have been
Yeah, a little too long.
We had to cut it.
Changing
Colors
Colors Beer.
But that's pretty much it. We don't have any more social media, no Facebook, no
We
TikTok.
have a playlist in Spotify.
We have a really cool playlist on Spotify. You
Tell us about it.
It's on the website. So
yep,
that's pretty much it. Yeah, thank you very much, man. So happy to meet you. Like it's been
Likewise. Yeah, you guys are super fun, and I don't know. I just knew this was going to be dope. I just had a good feeling. So thank you guys for taking the time for being willing to do this, and for sharing the beer, and for Andrea, you jumping in halfway as well, and like just really shedding light on the brand and everything. I think it was awesome though. Like it was great. Miguel and I went through everything, and I think it's like cool to see the other half of the business. Like I said, like I really feel like personally our business does better because of my partner and I feel like a lot of the breweries who have a sort of like a husband and wife sort of duo, their response is different. I don't even know how to say it, but people seem to resonate a lot more, and I just feel like consumers like it. And I think it's really cool to see young folks like you guys be behind a brewery that's this fire, that you guys are controlling this together, that you are going to farmers markets together, and that you're also from Ecuador, which is a country not associated with hazy New England IPAs. I just think the whole story, top to bottom, is cool as fuck. And I just met you guys tonight. I feel proud of you both. I just think it's like,
that's so.
I just think it's awesome. I just think it's so awesome, and I'm excited to follow the journey. And I think we should do this every year, and hopefully we'll be able to hang out sooner than later. And I think it's awesome. Thank you guys.
That's for sure.
Yes.
We will for sure.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. What you do. It's awesome.
You guys are the best. Stick around. We'll finish up off air. But so that's where everyone can follow you. If everyone wants to get the beer anywhere in the city, they can get it from Threefold. We didn't even really talk about the Threefold thing, but you have a tap at the Threefold tap room. Is that correct?
It's the Astro tap that we were talking about before. So
okay,
the Magnum and Threefold, they both have one tap for our beers.
Amazing.
Permanently, and then all of our limited releases, they have dips basically. Yes, so Threefold, it's great. So if basically the three breweries that got together for opening one spot, Slow Hand, Boombox, and Temporal, awesome breweries and great concept. And I think it talks a lot about how making this really tough situation, like rent-wise, financially wise, work of the world today, works for the benefit of the breweries opening in one space. So they were so kind of having our beers in tap as well. So one Astro tap in Threefold, then one Astro tap at the Magnet. those are for sure. Then liquor stores around BC, Vancouver, Metro Vancouver, the
Vancouver
island, and Kelowna as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Alberta.
Alberta as well. We are in a few spots in Alberta.
Yes. Edmonton,
Calgary. Yeah, you mentioned it. We're trying to be there.
That's a beautiful thing. So if you're in Alberta, if you're in BC, there's a lot of places. And if you don't find Changing Colors at your favorite spot, ask for it.
Yes.
And hopefully they can reach
There's
out.
a message, and then it's pretty much Andrea or myself. We will reply. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very personal at this point. So feel free to send a message if you get like brewing questions, or if you want to just say hi, or if you just want to figure out where the beers are or whatever, just like message. We're good.
Totally. And ask us to your favorite brewery. No, it's favorite liquor store.
Favorite store. Make sure they stock them.
Thank you.
Yo, that makes a difference. Thank you guys for saying that. Once again, stick around. We'll finish up off air, but thank you both once again for your time. This was awesome. I really appreciate it. And it's really cool for us out here in Ontario to be able to shine some light on a brewery in BC. And I feel like that's the one thing that's like the hardest from where we are. Like, I know some people, I don't know everybody that well. So it's like I reached out to you guys randomly just because I was excited about what you're doing. And we would love to spotlight more of what's happening in the West Coast and more across Canada in general, as opposed to sort of like keeping it so Ontario focused and stuff. But I appreciate you guys taking the time, hanging out with us, and taking your evening. So you guys are the best. Stick around. We'll finish up off air. So guys, please make sure you go follow Changing Colors. Check them out. If you're out there in BC, Alberta, ask your favorite store to hit them up. Make sure you get them. Follow them online, guys. Thank you so much for watching and listening. If you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit that notification bell so you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BAOS Podcast. Check out the long form audio, Apple Podcast, Spotify. Don't give us 5 stars, but don't do it for me. No. Do it for Andrea and do it for Miguel. For Changing Colors. Look at that. See that chin? See, look at it. Look at that. She framed it perfectly.
Just shake.
do it for Ecuadorian craft beer. Guys, we'll see you in the next one. Cheers, y'all.